Oh no. How old was the dog? If it's okay to ask you. How old was the doggy? Hmm. Cowgirl. That's Hungary? No, Poland gets less than Hungary, which is pretty wild, considering all of the context, the surrounding context. Hello. Second sex? Bees? Why about bees? Mm. Oh yeah. We're gonna hit it off with our favorite content creator, Monsieur Bubu. Monsieur Bubu. Hello, Greta Rain. How are you today? Are you feeling good today? Mm. Alec and Gabe. That's true. Steam. I'm gonna play a game alongside the thing. Ooh. I'm feeling good today. Yeah, I started eating some of those delivered factory meals today, and they're really tasty. Uh, what sort of meals? What sort of meals? Meals on wheels? How are you today, Lucy? Pretty okay, I think. Look, Lightyear Frontier now available early access. What the hell is this? Alone in the Dark now available. Wow. Wow. There's a Springsteen style still. Wow. Okay. Okay. Let's see what I got in the. Let me see. The company is Factor. They've microwave meals, but the food is fancy. Like I just had one with shredded chicken breast with baked tomato, basil, pesto rice, and wow, damn. Is it one of those companies that send you healthy meals that they portion for you and stuff? Is that one of those? Do you know? How amazingly fascinating. How cool is this? But the main reason for buying them is because I want to eat healthier and they're convenient. I eat out a lot because it's convenient, but it's not good to do that and it's expensive. Yeah. Wow. I do like those services. It's my friend used them a lot when he wanted to eat healthier and diet at the same time, sort of, you know? Because they compose meals for you, so you sort of. My best friend did those meals. Oh, where's the mouse? I cannot find the mouse. Oh, now I found the mouse. Damn. Damn, damn, damn. You know? You know what I mean? I think you know what I mean. It's like boom, boom, boom. Hold on, I have to. Where's the. I don't get it. And if I don't get it, then nobody does, I think. Um. It worked. Wait, what the heck? I don't. What? door. I'm ready now. Hello. I want to sneeze for some reason. Oh, wait. Oh, do I want to sneeze? I hate this moment when you want to sneeze but you cannot sneeze, and you don't sneeze but you still want to sneeze, you know? You understand me? It's been a while. Yes, it's been so long that I've started thinking that it's been a while. It's true. Okay. Oh my gosh. Wow. Okay, wait. Where's the video? Is it working? Hold on. What's wrong with... Oh, it's the wrong thing. Hold on. Okay, is it working now? It is! Oh my god, we're gonna be watching a debate while playing Star Ocean. Isn't that exciting? Okay, let's go. Sneeze edging. There's a trick that you can use when you wanna sneeze. When you really wanna sneeze, the best thing you can do is to look at a source of light, and then you will sneeze. I have given you the ultimate hack to sneezing. But it didn't work for me for some reason. But apparently there's some evolutionary reason why it works. While when you look at a source of light, you just sneeze. Okay, let's go. I'm gonna watch a debate. Star Ocean.
My name is Benjamin, and I'm 19.
Benjamin,
what are you here to debate about?
I'm here to debate about sexy time.
So I'm looking through your list.
Yeah.
So are these points that you agree with, or points that you disagree
Why so
with?
quiet, Benjamin?
These would be things that I agree with.
Why so quiet,
Okay.
the video?
I was thinking, so can I choose then on a point?
Yep.
All right.
Transgenderism.
Let's
Degeneracy.
do the if God is all good, why would he let babies have cancer one?
Oh, okay, God.
Intrigues
Okay.
me.
Then the question stands, if God is an all-good God, why does he allow babies to get cancer?
Babies. I'm a baby.
Well, when I think about it, I think about kind of like my parents, or how do you feel like parents giving consequences? Is it like
Why is it
them
so
not
quiet?
being all good? Like, say you do something bad and your parents give you a consequence for it. Do you think that is a good thing and they do that out of love?
Depending on the consequence, yeah. If I do something bad and my parents beat the shit out of me, then no, I would say that they're not doing that out of love.
Okay, well, let's say this. So it talks about in the Bible how
Bible.
everything like pain,
Says so in the
suffering
Bible.
is a consequence for Adam and Eve and their sins in the garden.
Steve.
So if their sin is as big as it was, then shouldn't any consequence be like viable?
Yeah, so you're claiming that because Adam and Eve ate the apple, that it's okay that God gives babies cancer, because this is just a punishment for Adam and Eve eating the apple. Do you think an all good being
Was it even
would
an apple in the
punish
original?
children for the
I
sins
think
of
it was
their
just
parents?
fruit in the original.
Like, would an all good being throw me into a fire because my father did
But
something
the word
bad?
apple also means fruit in English, sort
Well,
of. Like
I believe
pineapple.
that an all good being would realize that, growing up, if we couldn't see like the price that we pay for like things that have been done, then how are we supposed to ever learn? Because
True.
history will repeat
If you
itself,
don't
right?
get
And
cancer,
How
how
would
will
how are
you
we supposed
babies
to
learn?
how would
change
babies
outcomes?
have the ability to see their babies? They don't have a concept of morality of
How will the children learn if they don't get cancer? Makes perfect sense to me. The Poland where we live is Poland. The Poland where you live. The Poles. Blech. It makes perfect sense to me. President Sunday gets polled by the Poland often. Canadian Poland.
right or wrong, they're babies.
Well, even not in the babies, like, obviously, like, if someone's baby has cancer and they maybe pass, God forbid, but if they
True.
do, then
It's for a reason.
that like shows to the parents or to the loved ones, like, they see what happens, like, and I don't know, obviously, like, if someone's maybe atheist or something, they may not see it this way, so they may not
Satanist.
see it as like some consequence, and they may not learn from it, but
What
I believe
wait,
that.
so God punishes the parents of the babies with a consequence. So to punish the parents, he kills the babies.
Well, I believe that God can punish anyone based on, pre-wrongs or anything like that, And I also believe that he gives trials and suffering to people just in ways of learning. And giving a baby cancer, it does sound terrible, but if you think about it, he's bringing them back to him, and they're going to get to live in heaven because they're babies. They've done no wrong or anything. They're going to be able to live with him, which is 100,000 times better
Atheist.
than anything they're going to get on earth, right? So is he really giving them consequence or the right
So
to be able to go back and live
so
in heaven?
babies dying would be a good thing under this. It'd be a
Yes.
good thing that babies die because then they can just go straight to God.
True.
Well, some may look at
Very
it as
good.
a bad thing, and in some ways it is. They won't get
Putin is
experience
doing
of
God's work.
life, or if you're an atheist,
guess.
you may believe that they'll not be able to experience anything ever again. I'm not sure, but I believe that a baby dying, they will go straight to heaven because of the no wrong they have done. So them going straight to heaven, they will be able to have more and everything they wanted, than they will be able to have on earth.
Even though they would suffer greatly prior to going to heaven
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean,
without any
if you
concept
think
of why they're suffering.
like, do you think anyone is going to be able to get into heaven without suffering? The only reason that any of us can get into heaven is because Christ had the ultimate suffering. He suffered
So what if a
more than
baby
anyone ever
just
could
dies without suffering?
to
Then
take
the
our
baby
sins,
won't go to
Wait, are you
heaven.
claiming that with unless you suffer, you cannot get into heaven? To heaven, you can't enter heaven without you personally having suffered.
Uh-oh.
I believe that everyone in life will suffer and is going to suffer.
What if a
Yes.
baby
So
is born and
babies
just
that
dies
die
quickly?
like in utero, how did they suffer? Like they if they didn't feel pain and they died before they were born, how did they suffer?
Well, a baby that has
Uh-oh.
died before it is like physically come out of the body and is born feels pain inside, and that's
Well,
also
no,
just the
because
pain
if the
of not.
baby dies before
That's
24 weeks,
also
they physically wouldn't
the,
feel pain.
if the baby goes, let's say, to heaven, they have the pain of knowing they didn't get to, or like say someone has an abortion or something like that, they get the pain of knowing that their parent didn't want them, which is
I'm not talking about
debatably worse
abortions,
than
though.
any physical pain you can have,
Yeah,
Just
but I'm not.
it's pain in general, suffering.
What?
Yeah, I'm not talking about anybody having an abortion.
Well, I just mean like any baby who has just died beforehand, they get the pain of not being able to come to the earth, which is still suffering,
Why?
even if
Why?
not
Why
physical,
would they?
God makes
They go to
God, who is
heaven. What do
all
you mean?
good,
Why would they
wants
be
to
sad
make
that they
babies
don't go to
suffer.
the place where you suffer?
How is this an all good God?
What?
I
That
believe
makes no-
a God that is all good wants all his children to.
If the world is a place where you suffer to go to heaven, and a child dies, then why would they suffer because they didn't get to go to earth? Just to suffer, they go straight to heaven. I don't. What? That's silly. That's silly, dilly billy. It's like I don't think so. I don't think so, Cherry Blossom or something. I don't think so, Mr. Potato Head.
To be able to experience suffering and pain, because if you don't have things like suffering or pain, how are you going to experience, the full joy? Or if you've never
What?
been sad, how are you going to like really know what it's like to be happy? Like you could be happy constantly, but you never know the difference between happy and sad. And going from sad to happy, you can
Wait,
see
so
like
if you
how
die
amazing it
without
is,
suffering, go to heaven, then you won't
Okay, so the
know.
reason why God forces us to suffer is so that we know what happiness is. We wouldn't be able to understand happiness without understanding pain.
I
That's
believe that that is true. We can't understand
what?
how amazing happiness is without seeing the
Is
other side of it.
is God all
Just
powerful?
how is God all powerful? Did you ask?
Yeah, is he an all powerful God?
Yes, I do believe he is.
Why couldn't he just make a universe where we could understand happiness without understanding pain if he's all powerful? If he
Because
loves
God
us, why
wants
did he
us.
craft the universe to make us suffer to understand happiness?
Do you think that
I
us?
do think.
So let me put it in this sense: parents make their kids go to school to be able to learn, because even though for the most part kids will talk about they hate school and everything, they want to learn. They want their kids to learn, even like through having to do hard schoolwork or doing something they don't want. They want the kids to be able to learn, and I believe that God, I'm sure he could make everyone just happy, and he could have just not sent us down to earth and kept us with him. But I believe he wants us to be able to learn for ourselves and to be able to, because if we never learn, then we're never going to be able to gain better
What?
status.
Status?
I feel like this isn't addressing the question, though.
What status?
God's all powerful, right? God can do anything. He is beyond the limitations of our universe, right? He created a world in which the only way for us to know happiness is to suffer. Parents aren't all powerful. Parents don't have the ability to do this, right? Parents can't create universes. God can. So God created a universe in which the only way that we can experience happiness is to suffer. I'm just wondering how this would specifically be good. Like this seems like not a moral good to me. This seems like the opposite of a moral good. This seems like God had the ability to make us not suffer, but he said, no, I'm going to let them suffer, even though I could make it so that they fully can experience all the joy and happiness in the world without ever having to do that suffering. So why would he do that?
Well, obviously, how you mentioned, like parents aren't all like this, and they can't just make their kids smart, so they do send them to school and everything. But I think it goes back to what I was saying. God wants us to learn for ourselves. He wants us to be able to do that ourselves and just learn for ourselves, because you get that joy of knowing you did it. And like if you've ever like had your parents do something for you compared to you doing it, you have that joy of knowing you were able to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Does God see everything?
Yeah, he
Okay.
does.
So God
Heretic.
did create a world.
Damn.
So I think one of the things we're missing here is God did create a world in which human
believer
beings never
heretic.
suffered. Right? He made this. He made a world like this. Right? This was the Garden of Eden. There was no suffering.
Yes.
Adam and Eve were always happy. You're saying God wanted to test us to see so that we would choose opposite of his suffering no matter what, right? This is what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. But you're also saying God sees everything.
Yeah, he does.
So he knew we
God,
were going to fail the test before he tested us.
Yeah,
yes,
like me.
I do believe that he knew they would fail the test.
So that's not
But
a test.
Well, here's the
It
thing.
wasn't a test they could pass because he knew they were going to fail.
Well, that's what the thing is. Free agency is like he can see what happens, but it's up to them. Like him seeing it isn't him deciding it. He just knows what will happen.
Do you think that
it's not him
God...
deciding what will happen?
Do you think that
Quick
God...
question. Do you think, when we're speaking of God and tests... Do you know the story of Job?
Yes.
I do, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So God...
My favorite story
God killing
is
Job's
about
wife
suffering.
and child. Would this be the action of a good God?
Yes. The best.
So if you actually know the story of Job, you know that it was a test not of God killing him, but giving power to Satan to allow him to do what he wants, for
Yeah,
him to
if
see
God
how.
grants Satan
Yes,
to do something, that means God did it.
y-
If God says,
yes.
"Hey,
Well,
I'm
he
gonna give
gave
you
Satan
leeway
the
to do
power
this,"
to
yeah,
do what he will to test Job.
yeah, I would
I
say that
I just wanted
this
to
isn't
clarify that it wasn't God doing the killing, because yeah.
sure. If I
Go
Yes,
ahead,
it
hand
sir.
you
was.
a gun and say, "Go kill this man," I
Well,
let the man
God
be
didn't.
killed.
God, it's like this.
Damn
Yeah,
it,
if
God.
I had a gun and I gave it to someone,
Damn it,
they
God.
might do something bad with it. But God gave it to him, not in the sense go kill everyone. He
Did
gave it to
God
him in the
know?
sense
Is God all
I
knowing?
give you this. What?
Is God all
I
knowing?
I know we're going back to his God all knowing, you know.
Yeah. So
And yes, he is.
he knew that by allowing this to happen, Satan was going to kill Job's parents, or Job's wife and kids.
Y-
He knew that Satan
Yes,
was going to
and
do
that's
this.
where the test comes in. He wanted to see, how Job would react. He wanted to see if he would still stand with God.
Yeah, he wanted to test Job to see what Job would do. Is God all seeing and all knowing?
Yes.
So he knew Job would pass the test before he gave Job the test. So he killed
Yes,
Job's wife
but
and kids.
Just gonna put it out there. The whole all-knowing thing doesn't make sense because going by Jovan's logic, God already knows who will go to heaven and who will go to hell. So what's the point of this? God created people that will just go to hell. God created people whose purpose is to go to hell. How strange. Listen, okay? The whole God knew this would happen before doing the test. The logical conclusion to that is that God just creates people with their purpose being to go to hell. In fact, they're already in hell because God is beyond time. I see. I see it all now. Like a duck, like a sitting duck. Christianity. Judaism much better. Is this true? Truer
Kids
Thing,
for
than
quite literally no
ever.
reason.
no, because the thing is, you have to realize that he's not only doing the test to see, oh, are they gonna do this? Because if he knows
Moose Watcher,
they
you're
will
white.
pass, then why would he do it? Which is a good point, which is what you're bringing up. But
Uh oh,
the
good
thing is,
point. Oh
the
no.
person doesn't know that yet. Job had never lost. He didn't lose his family or his flocks. Once he lost those, he was given the choice, and he made that choice
Wait, it
for
doesn't matter
himself.
what
So
Job
he
knows,
realized.
right? It doesn't matter what Job knows. The test was to prove to Satan, right? The whole point is that Lucifer, Satan, said to God, "Hey, I believe that if you ruin this man's life, he will not believe in you anymore." So God said to Satan, "Deal. Let's run that experiment." God knew the answer before he did
True.
it. He could have just said, "Satan, you know me, right? You know that I'm God. You know that I know everything.
You know
So
that
you
I'm
know that if we
God.
do this test, I'm going to win because I see everything and know everything." There was no reason to test Job. The
Yeah,
only
but
reason to test
also
Job would
God
be if
knows
God
what
was
Satan will do. So,
in my opinion,
but
a sick
Satan's
sadistic
not
son of a
outside
bitch.
of this rule that God knows everything.
Well, Satan asked
Satan's
that
not an
question, right?
exception.
Satan asked
Mm-hmm.
that question, and God allowed him to find out. Why would God give? Why would God just let Satan know everything he knows? I mean, Satan's the one that fell and tried to take
So instead
authority and
of God
everything.
just
Why would he?
telling Satan, "I would win this bet," instead he said, "Yo, we can kill Job's wife and kids." Instead of just Job, who was a devout follower of God, who by all accounts was probably God's best and most loyal follower at the time. Instead of
I mean, what is the worth of being super loyal to God if God already knows who is and who isn't super loyal? And what is even the worth of being God's best soldier? Then it's that when it's sort of a fixed constant from God's perspective. of course this guy's the most loyal soldier. I already know. I know everything. So there's no value to being God's best soldier because again, it's a fixed thing. You know? So it's nothing special to be God's best soldier.
Just saying, hey, Satan, I know I'm going to win because I'm God. Instead, he said, now you can kill Job's wife and kids. It's fine.
Yeah, because he wanted to see what Job would do through his free agency. He
Knew what Job would do through it. He knew what Job would do. He knew what he would do.
Yes, obviously what we're talking about. Yeah.
He
But
didn't
Job,
need to see anything. He knew the answer.
Yes, that's what we've been talking about. Like, God knew that. But the thing is, you're not thinking about how Job, given that, Job probably never thought about what he would do if he lost his family, he lost, his wife, his flocks, his children. He never thought about that until it happened.
Am I about to hunt a whale?
I believe that, if God had looked into the future of what would happen to Job if that happened, he would have seen that would happen. But also, if that was never going to happen, how could he see the future of it happening? So for God to see the future of what happens, it has to happen,
Then God's not all-seeing. If God can't see the future before it happens, he's not an all-knowing, all-seeing God.
He can choose.
And if we're claiming here that God is not all-knowing and all-seeing, then I would agree. I would say that is a God who doesn't give babies cancer because he didn't know that this would happen. But if God is all-knowing and all-seeing, then he knows that by creating the universe, he knows that by doing the actions that he's going to do well before he does them, that this will lead to the outcome.
Well, what you're failing to see is that if God says, I know that Job will listen, and then doesn't do that, then how is he supposed to see the future if that's not
I have
future,
no idea, actually.
The future is that Job's wife and kids are going to die, and that's how Job chose to stay steady. If his wife and kids never died, then God couldn't see into the future of Job staying steady. I don't know if you see what I'm saying.
If God is all-knowing, then he has to know everything, which means he knows that if he kills Job's wife and kids, that
he's
Job will not falter in his... Oh, he hung up.
Oh. Technically speaking, God can choose not to see everything. That's a possibility. I found a loophole in Jivov's logic. Because I'm a genius. And genius.
The Job Hill is the weirdest one that Christians die on, bro.
Job. What a strange way to translate the name. Job. What was the name in Polish? Hiob. Yeah. In Polish it's Hiob, not Job. Job sounds so weird. Like some weird twisted version of the word job. Job. Did you get a job yet? Don't be a freeloader. Get a job. Get a job and earn some money. Get a job, you freeloader. Okay, I'll stop now. Harley. We're about to see a discussion. I hope it won't kill the stream though. Okay, I hope. Oh! Let's go!
サルバの町？ああ、そうじゃ。前々から竜を見たという人はおったんじゃが、どうやらただの噂ではなかった。
Oh my god, let's go!
アレンの次は何なの？アレンって誰ですの？
詳しいことはわかりませんか？
竜を倒せる人を探しているようですよ。でもその話を聞いてサルバに出かけた戦士が多かったから、もう解決しているかもしれませんね。
なんだろう、ちょっと気になるな。
Let's go!
まあサルバ行動には近寄らない方がいい。どうせお前さんたちには倒せないじゃろ。わしがあと10年若ければサルバの竜なんてイチコロなんじゃがの。
Let's go! Let's go! Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. We're about to get the best character in the game. Okay, let's go. Woo! Wait, no. Wrong place. Here. Okay, we're about to get the best character. Get excited. Oh my god, I'm so excited. I cannot even hide it.
"僕たちは竜を倒しに来たんですけど、
お前たちがか？冗談だろ。
冗談だろ。
冗談じゃありません。
はい、冗談じゃあ
私たちは
りません。
本気で言ってるんです。
はい。本気で言ってるんです。
まあ誰でもチャレンジする権利はあるんだけどな。やばいと思ったら帰ってくるんだぞ。
よし、一丁やってやるか。
一応やってやるか。
そうだ。今行動に入っている選手が一人いたんだ。協力するのはいいが邪魔はしないようにな。
Wow.
もしかしたらディアスかしら。
Not Diaz. Someone far better than Diaz. Far better. Wow, let's go, let's go. You'll be so excited. I bet even you won't be able to hide it from me, your excitement. Oh, sad.
この先は竜の巣よね。
気をつけていこう。
ええ。
We sure will. Dragon's Lair. Is there a package here? Yes, there is.
やりました。
Sweet potion. What does that do? A sweet smelling potion that slightly restores the HP of all party members. Oh wow. Sweet potion. Open helmet. Yes. I don't like the fact that it automatically does that, but you know, whatever. Oh, it's him. Wow.
今の人誰だろう。
きっと竜を倒しに来た人だよ。
そういえば入り口の人が協力しろって言ってたわね。
Yes, that's right. Cooperate. Cooperation is good. And sexy. Cooperation is sexy. Sexier than not cooperation. You know? Uh-oh.
後ろなの。
後ろです。 Resurrection elixir. What the? You're kidding me. Why is this monster so strong? What the? You're kidding me. What? Why? What the hell? You're kidding me. No way. No way. Are you kidding me? I'm so mad now. Are you kidding me? What the? What the hell was that? Okay, let's finish gaming for today because I guess I suck. And let's get to the main dish. Oh my god, that was embarrassing. But it's okay. This embarrassment is enshrined on the internet forever. This embarrassment is part of the internet now. It's here forever. But instead we're gonna be watching a history thing that I want to watch and stream for some reason. Risking that the stream will be destroyed. The stream will be cancelled. Do you write? Why do you ask? I've been asked that before. Interestingly enough, I've been asked about writing before. Why do you ask me this? Okay, let's watch this. Let's watch this. Let's go. I am a history channel, so we will be watching history things. I hope this will not get me cancelled. I'm reacting. I'm giving my... A writer? My childhood friend is a writer. I used to be... I used to be an editor-in-chief of a newspaper, believe it or not. Okay, this is a well-known author called Timothy Snyder, a historian. And Timothy Snyder is talking to a guy about Ukraine, Russia, America, and what's at stake. So let's go. I'm gonna be giving you my own... Conversations with Bill Crystal. I wonder if the stream gets axed, then, you know, it's not my fault.
Hi, welcome back to Conversations.
Hello, oh my
I'm Bill
God.
Crystal. I'm
Hello.
very pleased to be joined today by Tim
I'm gonna
Snyder.
be talking non-stop. I'm gonna give so much commentary that is gonna be this segment is gonna take 5,000 hours because I'm gonna be adding everything every 5 seconds. I'm gonna be adding value. I'm gonna be adding transformative value to this video, which means that it's fair use. which means that I cannot be touched. Wow. Wow. This is like, what a collection of nerds. Look, Snyder's back is like my back. Snyder's back is like my back, and this guy's back is also like my back, so I guess I'm like those people with my little background with books. Hold on. Look. Do you see? Snyder has so many books. This guy has so many books. And I have so many books. Just like them. I'm just as prestigious a person as Timothy Snyder. Because I have many books. And having many books means that you are cool. Okay? So yeah, there you go.
Snyder, professor of history at Yale, distinguished scholar of Ukraine, Russia, Central and Eastern
Exactly. Distinguished scholar who wrote The Bloodlands and many other books.
Europe, author of the definitive work Bloodlands, and also
For some reason I thought he was much younger, but I guess he isn't.
author of more popular works on Russia and European history, and also on tyranny, freedom, and other big and important topics. Unlike many professors,
and other cool topics,
Tim Snyder's scholarly books are accessible to the rest of us, and his popular books are based on scholarship. So that's a good combination.
Wow.
And but just last week, what your class on, what was it, Hitler, Stalin, and us, or something like that, was disrupted at Yale, but you've survived that well.
Damn. I forgot about that. I forgot that the speech was disturbed by, I don't know, Marxists, Leninists, or whatever.
Anyway, Tim,
How
thanks.
dare you criticize Comrade Jugashvili? How dare you criticize Soso?
Thanks for joining me, and let's discuss Ukraine.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Glad to be with you. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Let's go. Let's do this. Let's get our gears into our little smears.
So,
see, I'm already transforming this content. I'm already adding value. I am already adding value that nobody else ever will. This is already an original video. I'm already adding my knowledge, my expertise.
2 years into the war, where do we stand in your judgment in terms of both the military situation and the broader geopolitical situation? And then we can go back and look a little bit at the sort of what happened before and then what might happen next.
So let me just point that this is from 12 days ago. So this is fairly fresh. And then let me add on to that we all know what... Okay, I'm not going to joke about that even. Who knows? YouTube might just destroy my channel. I might throw a joke and then YouTube will tell that I'm spreading misinformation. So I'm not even going to take that risk. I've already learned my lesson by having a permanent warning. I already have a permanent warning on my channel for a joke. So we're not going there. We're only doing serious analysis today. So where are we 2 years into the war? Well, aid is blocked. Europe is extra slow about developing its manufacturing capabilities. And Russia is advancing in the east. So this is where we are. Where we are is that the situation seems pretty screwed, but you know.
Okay. I mean, I guess the military situation, there's sort of the objective and the subjective side. I think
right.
Subjectively, if you're an American, there are sort of two problems. The first is that
this is gonna talk about Mike Johnson and aid.
the Biden administration, although it generally, in my view, has done the right thing and has made a number of adjustments
Right.
and has been capable of rethinking. In 2022, when things were really critical and sensitive, and when the tide of
Right,
war could have been
when-
turned, we spent too much time making decisions, and
True. And the aid has been trickled down too much, like dripped down too much. That is true. Especially since Russia was not doing all that hot at the beginning of the war in 2022. That was the critical moment to sort of push, give a lot of aid, and that is where a lot of advances could have been made. That is exactly when. Like before Russia started getting its act together.
our decisions were based too often on what we thought wouldn't make Putin nervous, or they were based on virtue signaling. Like, is this weapon
Yeah.
system the right weapon system at the time? And let's think about how good people will be if we supply it,
Exactly.
as opposed to what the Ukrainians actually needed to finish the war victoriously. Like, that's the
Yeah, and early. That could have been done, but of course, we all know what happened. We all know how that all ended. It all ended not well. So, we are where we are thanks to that. I agree. I agree.
only way to really think about a war, is how do you finish it victoriously? And then where we are now, of course, is that we're not supplying anything.
Yeah. The aid is frozen, so yeah.
Rheinmetall, one German company, is outproducing us in terms of artillery shells. The North Koreans are out supplying the entire West, and we, for our own political reasons, which are unfortunately connected to Russia's political reasons, are at the moment not doing anything at all for Ukraine.
Well, so in other words, the situation is pretty screwed. Yeah.
So that's the subjective part. And what I want to stress is that we're the weak link. America's the weak link.
Yeah. Correct. Perfect. Perfectly said. Well said, Timothy Snyder. You don't pull punches. And that is what makes you so cool. America's the weak link.
The Russians see us as the weak link, and unfortunately, they're correct. On the battlefield, the Ukrainians are doing, I would say, surprisingly well.
Doing pretty well, but have to retreat because of the lack of ammunition. So
they've cleared out a huge swath of the Black Sea, of the Russia's Black Sea fleet.
Yeah, and they're hitting the refineries. They've hit some planes as well. So I guess that's, yeah. But still, at the front line, Ukrainian forces are being forced to withdraw.
Which is allowing them to supply the Near East and Africa with food. They've destroyed a huge number of Russian aircraft in the last few weeks, largely, if not entirely, freeing the sky. The Russians are on the offensive now, but it's slow and it's costing them. So this is still a war that Ukraine can win, but whether or not they win it depends upon whether they have allies who are capable.
Keep in mind, we've already talked yesterday how Ukraine might be forced to limit striking down missiles from Russia to 1 out of 5 when cities are being attacked. So
capable of seeing the political stakes and capable of behaving in a way which is consistent with simple military logic, which is, what do you need to do to help your ally to win?
Yeah.
And if we do finally get this aid package through and the Europeans continue to be, we can come back to this, I think, but in my judgment, better than they might have been, for pretty standing up pretty well for Ukraine. You think this, for now, it's kind of, I don't know if it's really a frozen conflict technically, but it's kind of a not moving very much conflict on.
I mean, it is moving. It might be not moving very much, but it is moving. And if things stay the way they are, there might actually be a negative breakthrough. So,
the main lines of battle. You think that's sustainable for Ukraine for a while? I mean, even if ultimately one hopes they will win, but you're not panicked about the current situation.
No, I mean, I would. So let me talk about frozen conflict for a second because frozen conflict is it's a
It's not a frozen conflict, in my opinion, at all. It is moving in Russia's favor, even if slowly.
that's a deliberate political aim. You go into part of Moldova, you freeze the conflict, and I would want to avoid that term because it suggests that nothing's ever going to change, but also because it's an aim in itself. Like if we accept it's a frozen conflict, then we say, oh well, then there's kind of nothing we can do. It's frozen. So it's an active hot war. It's a war of attrition in which you're
But
right.
isn't it also, it's a Russian aim in some conflicts, whereas
Yeah.
here their aim isn't really a frozen conflict, is it?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, their aim, as they make clear every day in the statements of their highest political authorities and their propaganda shows every evening, their aim is to destroy the Ukrainian state.
Yeah.
I mean,
And not
for people
identity.
who want to be fooled, there's still stories out there about like the Russian language or NATO or whatever. But what they tell us
True.
every day is they're trying to destroy Ukraine
True. Oh my gosh. That guy knows it. That's why I'm reading his book, The Bloodlands, as we speak.
state and society. That's their war aim. And so so long as they haven't done that, they're going to keep trying to do that. On the Ukrainian side, yeah, they can sustain this for a long time, provided that they don't engage in, ill thought through offensive operations and lose too many people. The main constraint that they have is that there are only so many Ukrainians. And
Well, the problem is that according to the medic that I've been talking to, that is starting to become a problem. The people that are being taken out of the field due again to the lack of armament, ammunition.
it's reasonable of them to be taking that constraint into account. Russia has more people, but also the Russian leadership doesn't care at all about losing its own people.
Although apparently it's getting smarter with its tactics and meat waves and whatnot.
Whereas Ukrainian leadership, to its great credit, does care. They have to balance preserving territory, winning the war, and not losing too many people on the battlefield. But I think they've been very clever about things that look asymmetric, like these sea drones. They've been very clever about how they fought the war so far. And again, so I think so long as we subjectively act as though they can win the war, I think they can eventually win the war. And I mean, to be clear, by winning the war, I don't mean that they're going to drive out every Russian soldier off every square centimeter of Ukrainian territory. It's that I think a system like the Ukrainian one actually has more staying power than a system like the Putinist one. And war ends when politics buckles, right? It ends when one side or the other can't sustain it any longer. And I think if the Ukrainians have support,
and they have been hitting the refineries. I'm surprised he has not touched upon the topic of Russian refineries being attacked, because that is basically Russia's main source of money for this war.
The weaker side in the end is going to be the Russian side.
Yeah, that's so interesting. I'm going to get back to us being the weak link, which I mean is a terrible thing as an American.
It's also a fact
to acknowledge, but it's true. I think for now.
It is true.
Have you been surprised? I mean, you're a student of, and I think mostly an admirer of modern or current Ukraine, or current being even a couple of 3, 4, 5 years ago. But have you been surprised by just the performance of the country, the system, the government, the civil society? It seems pretty impressive and awfully admirable. But
I mean, I was one of the. I mean, this question is a little awkward because it's awkward when you're right. Like it's not awkward when you're wrong in American public because when you're wrong, everybody just forgets it, right?
Oh
well,
my God.
I'll put it in a better way. Then I guess knowing much less, sort of was pleasantly surprised. So tell me why. Explain what was.
I'm not super surprised.
What was happening in Ukraine that people like me didn't fully grasp.
Yeah. So let me start. So yeah, because I publicly said Zelensky's going to stay and they're going to fight, and that basically got laughed at by the American foreign policy establishment.
Uh-oh. Snyder got laughed at when he said that. Oh no. Well, they're probably eating those words now, aren't they?
And that's so I did think they were going to stay. He was going to stay and they were going to fight. I didn't think they would do as well as they ended up doing. So here I'm going to join in your expectation. I want to start there somewhere else, which is like why I'm just going to pose.
I sort of hoped they would do well because I'm from the country right next. So I was really hoping that they would do as well as they did.
It a different way, which is why didn't we take Ukraine seriously? or to put it in the sharpest possible term, why was our expectation the same as Russia's expectation? Because both inside the Kremlin and inside the Beltway, and inside the Beltway, among both Republicans and Democrats, the expectation was Ukraine is going to fold in a few days.
Well, that wasn't exactly my expectation. My hope, at least.
And why did we have that expectation? And I think that expectation arises from like the deep fundamentals, the imponderabilia, like the things that come before we even start talking about history or strategy or politics. I think that comes from a kind of very deep Russian subjective victory, which is Americans and most people in the West until 2022, somewhere deep down thought Russia's a real place and Ukraine is not a real place. And then
oh my god, damn. Maybe that's why I didn't think that Ukraine would just fall in a couple of days, because I knew that Ukraine was a real place. Because, you know, Poland's the neighbor. Poland cannot pretend that Ukraine's not a real place. Also, there's this book that sort of in 2015 said that Russian military was just a PR stunt. So there's that as well. I guess.
From that, we kind
That
of...
is such a weird thing to hear, that according to the West, to the US, Ukraine was not a real place, but Russia was. That is so wild.
You know, without actually saying that out loud, we reason forward to whatever, they're corrupt, it's a new nation, who knows, like something...
A new nation. God, that is... wow.
That we are willing to say out loud. And then from that, we reason to, they're going to flee. And I think it's that deep unspoken thing, which was basically mistaken. And
hello, Maya Mayor. That is such a bizarre thing to hear someone say.
That's where maybe I had an edge over other people because I studied the place. In the last 30 years, Ukrainian civil society has become more and more active and self-aware. And, you know, this is relevant for Americans too, successful at defending and pushing democracy forward.
I would say so. I think Ukraine sort of saw that Poland that started basically from a very similar place. From what I've seen, Poland actually started in certain things from a worse place than Ukraine. And then it got so much sort of, by joining the EU and doing all these things, Poland got so much in a higher position. And I think Ukraine saw that and wanted to go a similar route.
Because democracy doesn't just happen, as we like to think. You know, it unhappens. Democracy naturally unhappens. You have to make democracy happen. And this in Ukrainian civil...
And you also have to keep making it happen, because even once you already have it, it's not like you're just going to keep it forever. Like there will be actors all the time that will be trying to undo it. Like Trump, right? You will have certain actors that will try to undo democracy at every turn. And that is why you have to go, vote, and not let that happen. Okay, you have to be constantly vigilant. You have to be on the lookout, and you have to sort of be ready to fight for democracy. For democracy, like in Helldivers, you know? Fight for democracy. Be a little soldier for democracy. Be a helldiver. That is what you need to do. Fighting for democracy. Life is Helldivers. But a little less fascistic. Or who knows, maybe it is just as fascistic. Who knows?
Civil society, step by step, has managed to not only sustain, but make
controlled democracy
a little bit less imperfect over time. And it's that same civil society then, which is behind the army, which is fighting the war. And it's that same state, which has gotten, you know, it's not perfect, but it's gotten better and better over time rather than worse and worse, which is fighting this war. And then, of course, I think they were also, they were fortunate with their leadership too. You know, I mean, it's kind of an argument for democracy that somebody as improbable as Zelensky would win an election. Then people...
I mean, yeah, I guess the piano penis guy.
Okay, well, this guy's, he's just, you know, what can he do? But it turns out that thinking in terms of thinking in terms
You can do quite a lot. He did pretty well.
of how to communicate, and thinking in terms of the grand stakes are things that a properly trained actor can do, and that turned out to
Trained
be very.
actor.
It's still very important, but very important in the first year. But I think fundamentally it comes down, Bill, to like just this basic notion that Ukraine's actually a real place.
I mean, okay, I'm still shocked by the revelation that people have to realize that Ukraine is a real place. But yes, I guess some countries had to go through that route of realization that Eastern Europe is real and not just some fantasy land.
And Russia isn't the thing that it's convinced us that it is. It's
Oh,
something which is more fragile and more new.
I mean, we've already learned this lesson historically through the Russian-Japan War, through the Vistula miracle, etc., etc.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, yeah, in Ukraine, I was a Ukrainian friend of mine, acquaintance of mine here in DC. We were having a long conversation about this, and she was asking why Americans don't understand sort of that this is not only worth fighting and worth winning and worth helping them, but it'd be hugely important to have a stable, free, liberal, democratic Ukraine right where it is as a real ally. And it's a positive. It's not just like doing the right thing and helping, a country that's dealing with a terrible neighbor. It's actually a huge strategic advantage. And I don't know if maybe that's just our wars over the last, God knows, 50 years, Vietnam and Iraq and Afghanistan. We're helping people who I think one could argue we're on the better.
Let me put it this way. By by helping Ukraine win, by helping Ukraine establish itself as a strong democratic country within this region, you create a situation in which the local countries can sort of work together in order to create a serious counterbalance to Russia's influence in the region, which would be the goal, right? Which would be the return to what was the case all the way till, I want to say, the 18th century, when you had this counterbalance to Russia, which has been destroyed via partitions.
Side of these.
But you ideally do want to return to this sort of thing because of how Russia operates.
Conflicts against dictators and so forth, but they were kind of, it was more us trying to do the right thing and help them. And as she put it well, as I mentioned Vietnam, she said, people need to think of Ukraine as West Germany, not as Vietnam. That's not quite right. But I mean, as a big country that will be a very important ally in fighting for freedom and democracy in the future.
And also, I guess in the long time, you'd want to affect some serious transformation within Russia itself. Not sure how that would look like, but that is also one of the preferable long-term goals of this whole thing.
Sure. Not simply as a place we kind of have intervened to try to help do the right thing.
Yeah. I mean, there are lots of, this is the problem, is that we don't actually have an analogy. And there are two differences with Iraq, and these are places where you and I may disagree, but, in Iraq, we actually intervened militarily, which we didn't do in Ukraine. Right. We're not going to do. And what we did on false pretenses, and so that has met.
Also, yes, there is an analogy. I just don't think you'd like the analogy. The analogy is, unironically, the US invasion of Mexico. Because a lot of the things that Russia did, US did to Mexico. So there you go. There's your analogy. The US invasion of Mexico. But I'm just not convinced that anybody would be willing to accept this analogy as a legitimate thing. But listen, the US went in. The US said there are a lot of Americans in Texas. Therefore, Texas should be allowed to detach itself from Mexico. It should become an independent Texas thing, which it promptly did, if I remember correctly. And then the next step was, wow, actually, Texas really wants to join the United States. Well, what do you know? Guess we'll allow them. And then, of course, the US did a special operation in Mexico and did a full-scale invasion. And the interesting thing is that the US was in a position to fully annex Mexico, but didn't, because the US was afraid that the racial makeup of the country would change too drastically if it took over the entirety of Mexico. So it didn't. It only took a large chunk of it. So there we have it. That's the analogy. That is the analogy that I will draw. People can debate me. Debate me on the analogy. I dare you. I double dare you to debate me on this analogy.
That's meant that we lost a lot of credibility with our own people and then also with others. And so you come around to a situation like Ukraine. I mean, it's kind of like a fairy tale, right? It's like the crying wolf or something. Like you come around to a situation where like the wolf really is there and the situation actually is really simple. Because that's the thing about Ukraine, which is unusual, is it's like both its strategic and its moral simplicity. And
yeah, that's true. It is a very morally unambiguous war.
People don't want to think that it's simple. Like they want to think, oh wait, like somehow this is part of a conspiracy, or like this is somehow like Vietnam or like Iraq or
To us, Eastern Europeans, it is extra simple, in fact, because of the whole historical context.
somehow, but it's actually not. It's not really like those situations. It's a country which is defending itself, and we're kind of helping on the margin, which is a good thing. But we haven't really been in that situation before. Like there aren't that many situations where democracies are defending themselves, right? I mean, Great Britain in 1940.
Yeah, Britain in 1940 is, for me, as this war began, has been going on, for me, is the one that just stands out,
Yeah, right. I mean, there's Czechoslovakia in 38 where like
I guess you're not gonna be giving Poland 1939 because Poland arguably was not a full democracy. So I guess Timothy Snyder is not gonna give the example of Poland in 1939.
Democracy should have helped, but didn't. And then there's Britain in 40. Where in 38, where like one
going on, for me, is the one that just stands out,
Yeah, right. I mean, there's Czechoslovakia in 38, where like the democracy should have helped, but didn't. And then there's Britain in 40, where they should have and they did. We should have and we did, right?
What about Czechoslovakia in 1968, when Czechoslovakia wanted to get some democracy, but it ended up in a special military operation by the Warsaw Pact? What about that situation? Now, that was a very interesting situation, wasn't it?
But
I would argue similar to the current one, the special operation in Czechoslovakia in 1968. A bit different, but still, I would call it similar in many respects. I'm not sure what you mean, Moose Watcher. You'll have to explain to me more.
There aren't that many cases like this where really all we have to do is give them a meaningless percentage of our defense budget and they're going to win. And yet
that is true. It is a very small amount of the budget.
Somehow we get ourselves tied up in these like incredibly complicated arguments, which really don't even need to happen. And the Ukrainians are understandably befuddled by, and this is I think maybe our central strategic weakness, and one that the Russians certainly exploit, our everyday assumption that it's all about us, like no matter what's happening.
True. God, the Americans. True though. It's like it's all about the US. Everything's about the US.
In the world, it must be about America in some sense. And like
True. God, I hate it.
whether you're on the left, whether you're on the right, like I think this is kind of our national weakness. And if you assume it's all about you, then you spend a lot of time thinking about how it's all about you, and you get yourself tied up in arguments among yourselves about how it's all about you, rather than just saying, okay, there are other people in the world who have agency. The Russians have agency. They just
Thank you. Thank you for saying this. Wow. Finally, an American that gets it. There are not many of them.
decided to invade Ukraine. The Ukrainians have agency. They decided to defend themselves. What now makes sense in terms of our own interests, both moral and political, in this situation? And like when there are many things which have been wrong with our response, but I think that's a big part of it. Again, kind of regardless of where people start out politically, is that we have trouble seeing that situations are not primarily about us.
Yes.
Yeah, you know, it was not until I think after February 24th, 2022, that I went back and looked a little more detail at America First in 1940. And, you know, I
America First.
But I kind of assumed America First had been going in 38, 39. And then, you know, they more famously in 1940 with Lindbergh and so forth. I didn't realize America First, the committee, the actual America First committee, was started after the invasion of the Low Countries and of France in 1940, and when the Battle of Britain was roaring in the most dramatic moments, really, of it, you know.
Yeah.
And
the Polish pilots really helped in the Battle of England. I bet you did not know this, but I know it.
So the forces, the people in the U.S., the political forces in the U.S. who wanted us to stay out, and which slid very quickly into sympathy with Nazi Germany, were more sympathetic after the brutality, after all the excuses about its German parts of Czechoslovakia, whatever, you know, had collapsed, and after it was perfectly clear what was happening. I don't know quite what. I mean,
it took a while. It took a while for the West to understand.
You've thought a lot about the psychology, as it were, of freedom and tyranny. I mean, I don't know. I was just so struck by this. I had sort of had this naive view, I think, that they kind of stumbled into an untenable position by late 1940s.
Okay, I'm going to pause it. I'm going to read this comment. Okay, so if the U.S. invasion of Mexico is one-to-one analogy to the Russian of Ukraine, and because the fact that Mexican nationalists are pro-annexation of Texas, California, and so on this basis of analogy, wouldn't I then naturally extend this to, say, Ukrainian nationalists? We can recognize this is wrong when Mexicans attempted, because practically nobody in the region wants to be with Mexico, and there wouldn't be a referendum. Are they not analogous? Okay then, I'm gonna throw a wrench in your analysis, Moose Watcher. Russia, right now, is engaged in a rapid Russification of the regions that are being occupied. Donetsk, Luhansk, etc. They are basically forcing all the people to, and other regions that are occupied, they are forcing all Ukrainian people to accept Russian passports. They are moving in Russians into those regions to shape the demographics. So with time, there will be a majority Russian population in those regions, and they won't want to rejoin Ukraine. So that does mean that the conclusion is that, therefore, Russia swept in, changed the demographics of the regions that it conquered, and therefore Ukraine wanting those regions back becomes a wrong of nationalists. Because that is the logic that you are sort of stumbling into. That since Russia was able to shift demographics in a way that the demographics won't want to rejoin Ukraine, therefore Ukraine wanting those lands back becomes wrong. What if Russia killed the people that lived there? Would that logic apply then? Here you go. I've thrown a wrench. And actually, wanting to land back years later does not invalidate my analogy of the two invasions themselves. Well, there you have it. Russia can just blitz a place, replace its demographics, and then it becomes rightfully Russian. You know? Might makes right. As long as Russia is able to quickly enough shift demographics, it's fine by that view. As long as Russia works fast enough, it's all good. I guess. Well, if Russia works fast enough and finishes the genocide because anybody can act, then it's all good as well, right? The perpetrators will just have to be tried in court, but it won't change the fact that the parts that will become Russia will stay Russia by that logic. It's just that a few people who committed the genocide will be tried in by the ICJ or ICC and sentenced for genocide, which is what they are willing to do, which is what they would be willing to do for the greater good of expanding Russia. There you go. I have taken the hypothetical to its logical conclusion.
1940. They chose that untenable position in late 1940.
I appreciate your saying that because it's
Well, it doesn't change the fact that in that world, a country can just shift borders in a major way without any consequence, without any real consequence.
it's such an important point. And I'm going to answer it starting from somewhere completely different and then work my way back. If you look at far left sympathy for Stalinism and for the Soviet Union,
Oh no, I'm so disappointed.
when does it start to splinter? I mean, this is a story you know better than me probably, but it start the left, the European left, the North American left starts to get uninterested.
Yeah, but okay, I'm gonna.
The better than me probably, but
you do realize that what you're saying is basically justifying and legitimizing colonialism, right? As long as you clear out the indigenous population and move in settlers that will sort of make the land their own, it's all good because the settlers are the rightful owners of the land now. So it's all good. Colonialism, perfectly sound, an option by that, with that in mind. Has there ever been a situation in history when the entire population is sort of 100% dead? Has that ever happened in history? Like, is the entire population of the people that were living in Texas dead? Are there really no people that were forced to leave to Mexico, for example? Is that actually factual? Were all native Texans just wiped out and replaced with Americans? And there are absolutely no descendants of those people that live in Mexico now. cultures go extinct. Nobody identifies as Prussian anymore. Prussians didn't go extinct. Prussia became illegal after World War II. Prussia was dissolved legally after World War II because Prussia was blamed for World War II. There was an official call by the winning countries that from now on, Prussia is no more. It didn't just go extinct. It was made illegal. But I return to my question about California and Texas for that matter. Russians were not genocided as a nationality. They do exist still, even if they don't call themselves that. Sort of, kind of. I guess it's a bit complicated. But yeah, are you saying that all the Texans that were there before the annexation by the US, they just are all dead, no descendants left? I mean, in a way, that applies to all the kingdoms that made Germany. Like, there is no Köln nationality or Bavaria nationality. There's the German nationality, no? So those sort of national identities were sort of became folded to the wider German nationality to begin with, no? That was the point of unification of Germany, to create a German identity. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue with the thing. But yes, I think my analogy of the U.S. invading Mexico stands on its strong 2 feet proudly, even if the question of whether or not Mexico should get those lands back arises many years later. The analogy of the invasion itself stands on its proudly and strongly.
The left, the European left, the North American left starts to get uninterested in Stalinism when there's no longer mass violence. So it's not that the far left, I'm talking about the extreme left now, like the communist left, but it's not that people.
Oh gosh, you mean the communist left in the West? This has to be sort of pointed out that I'm a leftist. I'm a super leftist. I would consider myself some form of socialist, maybe. And I don't downplay Stalinism of all things. Well, Mexicans are not a dead nationality, so Mexicans are far from being a dead nationality. You know? And they were not dead when the invasion was happening, because your issue is the right now. The right now um, of possibly Mexican nationalists having some claim to Texas and California, but that's not really in any way related to the invasion itself, which happened a long time ago. So at the time of the invasion itself, my analogy works 1-to-1, basically. Well, right now, but I'm talking about during the invasion. Yeah, that is what I meant with the analogy. I don't mean now, I meant during the invasion. I meant comparing both invasions as they happened, not necessarily Mexico now and Russia invading now. All things, unfortunately, change and it gets a bit messy.
Like the Soviet Union, despite the violence. They liked it because of the violence. And this is something which is very hard. Like, we don't want to think this. We want to think everybody's basically a nice liberal or whatever, nice, whatever, a nice conservative. We want to think people.
Nice conservative. Good joke. Nice joke. Everybody's a nice conservative. Oh, come on, Timothy. Timothy, come on. Come on. But after 200 years or so, I feel a bit ridiculous to displace all of modern day California, so a few Mexicans with vague claims can move in. I do believe they have a right to live there if they want to immigrate, but they shouldn't get the right. I mean, yeah, but that is a separate question from my analogy, though. So, that is the 200 years later is not part of my analogy, though. So that's fine. I'm just comparing the two invasions as they happen. The one from 200 years ago and the one happening now. But yes, Timothy, you should... Jesus. Come on. Timothy, my boy. That is so sad, the way that Western left-leaning people, the so-called Marxist-Leninist, approach Stalin. It's so sad. It pains me.
People are basically decent souls, and like sometimes they're misled. But actually, there is a taste of blood that people like.
Yeah.
At least at a distance.
I've noticed.
And sometimes in proximity. And
well, we cannot compare because we don't have the long-term aftermath of this invasion because it's ongoing. So there's no way to do an analogy here because we don't have the long-term aftermath of the Russian invasion. Of course. Of course.
So the reason that I'm referring to
That is so well put. There is a taste for blood, especially at a distance.
why people didn't find the Soviet Union as sexy in the 60s as they did in the 30s is that it's consistent with what you're saying. I mean, abstracting away from the politics, right? It makes sense actually that people like Nazi Germany after they realized what it really was. And this is what's happened with Putin's Russia as well. Like if you look at the people who are now going to Russia or who are now flogging for Russia on the internet.
Oh God.
These are people who like the fact that Russia's killing lots of Ukrainians. They like the fact that Russia's trying to prosecute a genocide. They like the fact that Russia's pushing for a world where might makes right. They
Yeah, I've noticed this when discussing things like the Holodomor, when discussing things like the Great Terror, when discussing things like the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact. Yes, there is absolutely this sort of taste for blood that is being described here. In the tanky circle, I guess. So I would describe it.
like that. There's a certain number of Americans who like people around the world, people who are not Americans who matter in America, who like this, and that is unfortunate.
That is sadly a case that can be definitely made.
Unfortunately, the appeal of, I'm going to use the word fascism, that fascism is about saying, look, it's all about the one guy. It's all about this one guy who's beyond history. Look at him. He's breaking all the rules.
It's also about something else. It actually speaks to why fascism was actually, believe it or not, very appealing to European countries after World War I, because liberal democracies were thought to be, and in some cases, that does show itself to be the case. There is a lot of bureaucracy. There's a lot of rules that have to be kept. There is a lot of procedure, which means that on the one hand, no abuse of these rules, technically speaking, on paper at least, cannot happen. But also, that means that things take time, that things cannot just be boom decided and then executed. And the appeal of fascism post World War I was that it was strong, decisive, that you go from decision to action really quickly without the whole bureaucratic, procedural thing that goes in between decision and action. There was this big appeal that it's strong and to the point, decisive, while liberal democracies were thought to be slow and ineffective, because there was also the financial crisis at the time, if you will remember. So that is also sort of this, I guess, appeal that Snyder is talking about here. Because this one guy, it's all about the one guy. This one guy makes the decisions, and this guy makes things happen. That is pretty crucial in this whole discussion.
And yes, of course, there's killing involved, but that's necessary. It's a normal. It makes us feel good, and that's what we're dealing with now.
Exactly, the killing's just necessary for the sake of progress, of moving things forward. Unlike those liberal democracies where everything's stuck in limbo of bureaucracy once again.
It's a big part of what we're dealing with, and although it's not always explicit on the Trump side of things, it's also part of the Trump side of things, where Trump is about how there's a strong man. It's all the succession of strong men. He doesn't pretend to be the strongest of strong men. He's kind of a link on a submission chain where Putin is obviously higher than him. But for him, it's ultimately about like who is strong and who is not, and the fact that
and the thing about being strong, again, in my opinion, it translates to making things happen, getting things done.
Russians are killing.
That is what people think when they think of strong men, of strength. The strength to turn will into reality.
So many people in Ukraine, there's so much bloodshed, is clarifying, right? It's because that is in fact what people like. It's not just that they're tolerating it; it's what they like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's for me has been such a revelation of the Trump movement as well as the war now in Ukraine.
And there was a series of interviews with Trump supporters where they clearly said that Putin's getting his. We don't really care how many thousands of Ukrainians get killed. It were actually Trump supporters interviewed. There are recorded videos of them saying, "Oh, we don't really care. We don't really care. Putin is just getting what's rightfully his, and we don't care about the human cost. Here, we MAGA hats in America."
That this sort of psychological appeal of fascism. I mean, fascism broadly understood, not literally necessarily 20s, 30s European fascism, but of that's something I don't know. I guess I had the more conventional. I was an anti-communist, and then the Cold War ended, and then we had various. I was on the interventionist side, some liberal interventionist, neoconservative interventionist side, depending on the Balkans and Middle East, but I didn't really. I don't know. I somehow put that out of my mind. You didn't because you studied, I think, that part of the world. So, that's much more, infinitely more than I had. But I think it's a real. It's not a happy revelation, but it's one that one should have, of course, known all along, right? I guess,
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that we dropped it in the U.S. because the whole in the 80s, we got ourselves, I'm just looking at this back, in the 80s, I was a teenager, so I'm not making an intellectual history point. But I think in the 80s with Reagan, the anti-totalitarians got themselves all focused on communism. Whereas originally the anti-totalitarian position, the Cold War liberal position, which then bled into the neocon position, but originally that position was an anti-totalitarian position and not an anti-communist position. But as time went by, and as domestic politics changed, it kind of morphed into this anti-communism position. And the anti-fascist bit was in.
I guess that's because the Soviet Union emerged as a dominant one of the two dominant forces in the world, the Eastern Bloc, which was it was very strongly associated with communism, even if it was not real quote-unquote communism. That is what the Eastern Bloc was associated with. Hence, the anti-totalitarian thing became anti-communism, because that was the essence of the competition between two world-leading hegemons
in the background. I think that snuck up on us, and it's not just an intellectual history problem. It's also that in U.S. because we didn't think about. I mean, we didn't think about how fascism always arises at home, right? Like if you're just going to be an anti-communist, that means okay, then the enemy's on the left, or it's across the ocean, or whatever. And you don't think, okay, well, here I am a conservative. Let me look to the right and just make sure that there's not anything over there dangerous, which is going on. And right. I think that was a bit of a mistake because another thing I've been thinking about is how during the Cold War, they were always calling us fascists.
Right.
Right. And we were always kind of saying they're like Hitler, right? Like that, we were always using the Munich analogy. And I think that also tamed people's sensibilities a little bit, that if you're constantly being called a fascist, you don't think, oh, well, maybe actually I am, or my friend is, or we could be, right? And so that we've missed elements in our history which enabled that sort of thing. And
I think what's missing here is sort of this, vigilance, this sort of recognition that democracy is not a given, that you sort of have to upkeep it, that you have to form sort of in a way through things like education, things like, I guess mainly education, to have a civic society that is well aware of their rights, responsibilities, and how institutions sort of can be taken advantage of, how democracy is a thing that is not a guaranteed thing, that it can be lost, to get people sort of invested in being active in preserving the democracy through the instruments that is given to people to do that. Because if you have on the one hand people that are aware of these instruments and how to dismantle them, and you have a population that is not aware of how these instruments work and how to preserve them, then we are sort of stumbling into a problem of democracies being co-opted by malicious forces that want to do away with democracy altogether.
And the sad thing is that others haven't, the Russians haven't missed it. Like they've been trying to cultivate that in us and cultivate that generally.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's a whole different discussion we should have sometime on that. I think it's very shrewd about the history of American thinking and American foreign policy. I mean, there wasn't the fascist regimes that are out there, or semi-fascist or whatever, nasty right-wing regimes, weren't threats in the way the Soviet Union was to anyone else in particular. Mostly, I would say, in the 70s, 80s, Pinochet, whatever, and some of them democratized, and we did a little bit to help with that. We thought of China as, maybe incorrectly, still as communist, not as fascist, and then Putin, we were slow, obviously, in adjusting to. So there was about 20 years there where Milosevic, I think there was a...
I mean, Putin, many people rang the alarm bells very early with Putin, but it was just ignored in the name of doing business. That is the reality of it. The signs were there, clearly, from the very early years of Putin's rule, but it was just not really taken into consideration. And now the world is sort of paying the price for that belief that any danger, any sort of worrying trends within a country can be elevated through business relations. Well, that proved not to be correct. That proved not to be correct at all.
A liberal conservative internationalist alliance to stop that in Europe. That was kind of, and again, but it's funny, I don't recall, and I was pretty involved.
Again, the fact is that there were many authors, political thinkers that warned against Putin from the very beginning, that he is doing away with democracy, that he is leading the country to on a very bad path. And the general belief among countries was that if they were able to establish good trade relations, if they were able to establish good business relationship with Putin's Russia, everything would sort of sort itself out, and Putin would never do anything reckless or extreme, which again turned out to be completely incorrect, because it did not take into consideration Putin's own agenda and goals. It did not take that into consideration at all. It basically elevated the importance of business above all else. That is the reality of that particular situation.
That in 95, 96, or even earlier, objecting within the Bush administration in 92 to our doing nothing. But I don't recall that we really thought of it as fascism, though I think that would not be a bad term, would it? I mean, for that was a real early indicator that fascism was a possibility and an aggressive possibility in a post-Cold War world.
I think that's an excellent point. I mean, as I recall it, the move that we often made was to say these guys are somehow invested wrongly in the past, right, which of course fascists are. Fascists have the cyclical view of the past and restoring greatness, and in that way, Milosevic really was. He was somebody who talked about both. He does the thing which Putin does now and which Trump does now, which is that you somehow are both always the victim and you're always the victor at the same time. Like everybody's always against you, and somehow it always turns out well, and whatever you do is okay because you're always already the victim. But yeah, I mean, I don't think in coming out of the 80s into the 90s, a lot of the people that the United States had backed during the Cold War would have been called, if we had not been backing them, fascists. And so that's one reason why we're not sensitive to it. But I think the main reason we're not sensitive to it actually is a lack of reflection about our own history. I think that's really where that's our real problem. It's not anybody else. The problem is us.
Yeah, and certainly someone like me who'd been on the conservative side. I mean, I feel like I've personally learned a ton about, and I knew this, of course, at some level, and I was pro civil rights and everything. It wasn't, but still about the South and the Reconstruction. And I mean, it's been useful. I mean, not useful. I hate to say it that way, because it's a terrible, bad history and terrible to have to relearn under these circumstances. But really looking at what happened in between, I don't know, 1870 and
Right.
1900 or something in the South, and the combination of using the laws and changing the laws, and then the extra legal militias and so forth. It's very reminiscent, right? I mean, that I think there the American exceptionalism led us wrong too. You know, we had blinkers on about some of that.
Yeah, well, I mean, folks who were coming to political maturity in the late 60s can say, okay, now we've got this right.
Right.
You know,
Right. We're on the right side of civil rights. So, you know, and
if we fix it, it's all done. But of course, things that happen after civil rights, like mass incarceration and, voter suppression, are actually, continuations of that tradition, unfortunately. But the thing I wanted to say, going back to an earlier point you made,
Right.
is that the racism is connected to the America First stuff. Lindbergh's, what the reason why Lindbergh likes the Nazis is that he wants to have, and I'm paraphrasing him now, but he wants to have a fortress of white people that are going to hold back the black and brown people. And his fantasy is that we have a technological advantage across the Atlantic, and together with the Germans, we can basically keep the brown and the black.
Technological advantage. That sort of reminds me of the European attitude towards the rest of the world during the era of colonialism, doesn't it? That was basically the attitude, the prevailing attitude. We have the technological advantage, and that technological advantage gives us the right to rule the world, basically, through colonies.
Black people out of our countries. That's it, and it's direct organic, and you see that direct organic connection too. The folks now who talk about America First or isolationism very often bleed into or quite openly on the wrong side when it comes to race. And then, just as a footnote, it helps to look at the Russians, because the Russians, there are things about us they don't get. And I think Trump is going to pay for the Russians having too much influence on his campaign this time around. But they don't have any hesitation about seeing things about us that we might hesitate to see. And so they understand that our isolationism has to do with racism, and they feed that. They feed that constantly. And so they're I see them as kind of a bad doctor. They're a doctor who wants you to die, but nevertheless their diagnostic skills are not so bad. They can figure out what's wrong with you, and then they try to make it worse, right?
Right.
But they see that the racism and the isolationism are the same thing, and I think that's a point we should probably also be taking.
Yeah, no, that's important. Yeah, well, good poisoners are know the same things as good doctors, right? This is, I think, goes back to Plato and stuff. Yeah, just one last. I want to get to action, but what's likely to happen on the ground and in Russia and Ukraine and so forth in a second. But one last minor semi-political.
Now we're getting into it.
Theory point, almost going back to my studies many years ago. But I mean, I was
political theory, IR, international relations.
So people my age, and I certainly was so influenced by Hannah Arendt and the origins of totalitarianism and the whole left-right horseshoe. They're both totalitarians, and so much in common. And there was some truth, I think, considerable truth to that, perhaps. And many people wrote eloquently about it. And in that respect, we did understand that there's Nazism and Soviet communism. But I think fascism is not quite the same, right? As Soviet, it's not quite as, or needn't be maybe as totalistic, I guess you'd say, right? As communism was, in terms of the real desire, allegedly at least, to shape people's every thought and so to speak, so forth. And I feel like I wish I had known more about fascism and less about totalitarianism as a big concept, and which incidentally also made it seem like all fascism is Nazi Germany, which is not quite right. For me, that Umberto Eco essay, which you must know very well.
Well, Nazi Germany, as the name implies, has a very particular brand of fascism, Nazism, with its own very particular characteristics. And also, well, we have Italy fascist Italy, the place where the whole thing originated, right? So Nazi Germany is a very specific case. It added its own special flavor, quote unquote, and hence we distinguish between Nazism and fascism. There's a reason why we consider these terms to be separate and why we recognize the differences. True. True. That is true.
Well, from what is it, 95, I think, on or fascism, and which focuses, maybe because of where he's from, on Mussolini as in a way a better, as the instance, and he really was really the originator of it, right, in Europe.
Yeah,
that was very revelatory for me, that you can have an unbelievably nasty and brutal regime. It doesn't quite look like what Hannah Arendt describes totalitarianism as looking like. And I guess that is Putin's Russia, right?
Yeah, I would agree with most of that. I mean, I think, yeah, I mean, Arendt's book is brilliant, and it's been very important conceptually for me too. And a lot of my work, including Bloodlands, which you kindly mentioned, is about agreeing but disagreeing, with Hannah Arendt, or starting with some observation of Arendt's. And she's, I think, unquestionably, one of the extraordinary political thinkers of that century. But you're right that she's taking not just the Soviet Union, she's taking Stalinism, right? If you look at the Soviet Union under Brezhnev in the 70s, it's a very, very nasty place, and there's still a gulag, but it's a smaller gulag, and it's a country which has given up on this sort of total vision of the future. But she's writing about Stalinism. And likewise, as you say, with fascism, she's writing about
Hold on.
Hitler's Germany. And what she's likewise up on the still a gulag 70, she's taking stock that in thinkers of that century. But you're right that she's taking not just the Soviet, so that, I mean, I think, yeah, I mean, Arendt's book is brilliant, and it's been very important conceptually for me too. And a lot of my work, including Bloodlands, which you kindly mentioned, is about agreeing but disagreeing, with Hannah Arendt, or starting with some observation of Arendt's. And she's, I think, unquestionably, one of the extraordinary political thinkers of that century.
Right.
But you're right that she's taking not just the Soviet Union, she's taking Stalinism, right? If you look at the Soviet Union under Brezhnev in the 70s, it's a very, very nasty place, and there's still a gulag, but it's a smaller gulag, and it's a country which has given up on this sort of total vision of the future. But she's writing about Stalinism. And likewise, as you say, with fascism, she's writing about Hitler's Germany, and what she says about propaganda narratives, and the way that they fold all of reality into one big lie. That's much more true of Nazi Germany than it is of, fascists in Romania, or even fascists in Italy. So I think your point...
Well, that's because Nazism was a very specific brand of fascism, but I mean, we could get into it, but, I think we all can recognize it. We all can recognize differences between Nazism and fascism, per se.
About the pluralism, as it were, of fascism. The plurality of fascism is really important. Like fascism, is kind of built to fit each national tradition. Because it takes the national and turns it into the irrational, and therefore it's going to look different in each case. And also because it's not built around a party. And of course, individuals matter in the communist tradition as well, but in the fascist tradition, it really is the individual who sets the tone and is supposed to set the tone.
Right.
Right. It's the leader, the strong man. And so fascism is supposed to be different, and it is in fact different. And that leads us to these sort of these debates, which I think you've just kind of cut through, where people say, well, is it really fascism? Because let me give you a list of 11 things, and like maybe it only meets, I mean, like that kind of misses the point, because fascism isn't really about being rational. It's about being irrational. It's about how, it's about will over reason and the leader and the single party, but the party's not a party, it's a movement. And it's not about institutions. It's about turning institutions into something else, right? And so, yeah, I think your point is very helpful, because I think Putin is a fascist, and I think it's taken way too long for people to realize that. And
Netanyahu is also a fascist. Just throwing it out there. Even pro-Israeli publishers, pro-Israeli thinkers recognize that Netanyahu is a fascist.
and the fact that we haven't realized it has disabled, as I see it, this is maybe more.
And again, the warning signs have been there from the very beginning of Putin's rule. Like his background, his pedigree of being from the KGB that basically rose him to power for their own political gains. All that sort of led to, like, there were many warning signs when it came to the fact that straight away, right after getting to power, Putin started just doing away with democracy, starting with the media and many other things, companies, businesses. But the West just ignored it. It just ignored it again in the name of doing business with Russia, of normalizing relations, of making things calm down, of making things peaceful.
My world than yours, but it's disabled a lot of people on the left. Because if you're going to one of the heartbreaking things for me about the last 10 years is that I see all these people who regard themselves as anti-fascists. Okay, if you're an anti-fascist, like that means not that you deny that fascism exists. It means that when it's there, you oppose it. And I see a lot of people who I feel like you missed your chance, or you're missing your chance. If you're an anti-fascist, you should go to Kiev right now and show solidarity. That's what you should be doing because there's fascism in the world. It's carrying out a genocidal war. And likewise, in the US, I mean, a lot of people on the far left take a view of like, well, how do I tell the difference between Biden and Trump? Like, I can think of ways you can tell the difference.
Wow.
There are ways in your own tradition where you can tell the difference.
Oh my God. Not being able to tell the difference between Biden and Trump. Now that's, ouch. What do I even say to this when people claim that they cannot tell the difference between Biden and Trump? That is certainly a take. I will just say that. That is certainly a take.
But if this whole fascist vocabulary is somehow self-limiting and and no one wants to use it, then I think if you're on the, again, this is not exactly my world, but if you're on the far left and you have a taboo on fascism or you deny it exists or whatever, then you're going to have a harder time talking about somebody like Trump, where there is a cult of personality, where what he's turned I'm sorry to say this, but like he's turning the Republican Party into a personality party, right? Like it's,
sure.
When it's like you've got people.
I mean, he already has to a certain degree. Yeah, absolutely. The fact that the aid can be blocked seemingly so easily by a guy who's not even in any sort of position of power right now, that is very scary to me. That a guy that is just sort of running for president right now can just block such a crucial thing as aid to Ukraine.
With the same last name as you who are supposed to run it and it's going to fund you. Like it becomes a personal institution, like a fascist party. But if you don't have the vocabulary, then it's harder to criticize that. So anyway, I'm taking your point. There's fascism. There are many different kinds of fascism, and that's not an observation one would necessarily get out of the Arendtian tradition.
Timothy Snyder is a great author. I recommend his books. I definitely can recommend Bloodlands since I'm in the middle of reading it. It's a really good book. It touches upon a lot of things, a lot of interesting things when it comes to the history of this part of the world. So if you get a chance, you should definitely get Bloodlands and read it. As an added bonus, that could be an incentive to get it and read it, is the fact that Bad Empanada absolutely hates it. So if that works as an incentive for you to get it, then, buy it.
Yeah, and on your point, I mean, for me, Ukraine is the most important issue in American domestic politics.
Keep this in mind. Trump right now has a very similar position as to the leader of the Law and Justice Party, Yaroslav Kaczynski, During the rule of the Law and Justice Party, Jarosław Kaczynski did not hold any real position of power, no real official position of power, but he was still the most powerful politician in Poland because he was in charge of the party that ruled the country. So he didn't need to hold any official seat of power. He was already in charge of the party that did. So, you know, and since the Republicans, for better or worse, still hold certain positions within power, within the government, Trump, by being this de facto leader of the party, has power within the government, de facto.
It really is.
That is how it works in practice. He can make things happen because people that do have the ability to do things are sort of respond to him, answer to him.
Such an important issue for the world and in many ways and therefore for America, but also because it's so revelatory, it seems to me, about people's actual views about America. Almost a little more than America itself, where you can find excuses not to see certain things, or there's someone, you know what I mean? I mean, this is so clear cut.
I agree. It's a litmus test, and there aren't and the interesting thing is it doesn't ever really go wrong. I mean, what you tell me what you think about Russia and Ukraine, and I will tell you what you think about voter suppression. Tell me what you think about Russia and Ukraine, I will tell you what you think about a whole range of other issues. And it's quite you can tell, me, this better than me, but with Republicans, it's really striking for me, like the people who are able.
I'm going to pause. I don't know if that's inherently bad insofar as private citizens can do advocacy, but the extent to which he has the ability to engage in corruption and lobbying is bad. He is not in a position of a citizen that can do advocacy, or he isn't simply in a position where he can do lobbying. He is in a position of being a key figure in a party that still holds certain positions of power, and by the very merit of being a key figure in this party, he can influence the levers of power through the members of the party that have influence. Mike Johnson, for example. He can move things through Mike Johnson, even though he himself does not have any real position within the government right now. He is running for president, so he might very well have that position soon, but right now he doesn't. And yet he can move things through his party people who are within the government. So he is in this particular position in which, to a bigger extent, Jarosław Kaczynski in Poland was. Because, again, his party was in total control of Poland. So he did not need to have any position himself. He could move things through his party that was in charge. So that is a totally different thing from citizens being able to advocate or even lobby. That is a completely different sort of game that is being played here.
To have, because I have spent a lot of time the last couple of years talking to Republican elected officials and others about Ukraine, and the people who have a moral vocabulary about Ukraine also have a moral vocabulary about the U.S. It may not be my moral vocabulary, but they have one, right? There's like some set of moral commitments out there, and whereas the people who diminish Ukraine or who try to push it aside, or who repeat Russian talking points, they also don't have a moral vocabulary about the U.S. About the U.S., it's also always about criticizing, dismissing, making fun, mocking. There's nothing positive there.
Yeah, no, it's so true. I mean, the tradition of liberalism, of a liberalism that was anti-fascist and anti-communist. I was talking to actually a Democratic member of Congress who I praised, I think on TV or something, just sounding like Scoop Jackson, and I said my first vote was for Scoop Jackson in a primary in 1972. I was a Scoop Jackson Democrat before I was a Reagan Republican. And I didn't know him that well, but he called up and said, that was nice what you said about me. But, maybe you could say Hubert Humphrey and not Scoop Jackson, because Scoop Jackson's like a bridge too far for my friends here in the Democratic Party. And I mean, I'm amazed people even know who he was mostly these days. But it was kind of a funny conversation. But Humphrey, I then actually went and read a little bit about Humphrey, whom I admired as a young man, but I didn't remember that much about his prehistory
Okay.
from when before I was born as mayor of Minneapolis. So Humphrey was really absolute anti-fascist and absolute anti-communist, and put his own career on the line in both cases, incidentally, and at home and abroad. Fought anti-Semitism as mayor of Minneapolis when they were. It's not popular to do that. Was huge, of course, civil rights leader, and was willing to split the Democratic Party in '48 at the convention. On that, threw the communists out of the Democratic Farmer Labor Party. I don't remember exactly when. Late '40s in Minnesota, but had, of course, defined himself even before that as an anti-fascist. And I mean, it's pretty. There was an admirable tradition there, and people were able to do those things both of those things at once. It seems like. Maybe that will come back. Well, let's talk about maybe say a word about Russia. I mean, what's the prospects there? Is how firm, how strong is Putin? Anything to hope for there? Then about I'm curious what you think about Ukraine itself, but also about its neighbors. I mean, the European situation
Poland.
As we move forward. And then we can come back to the U.S., which, as you say,
Is Poland going to be mentioned?
Both the key and sadly maybe the weaker link.
Okay, let me just pick a segue out of what you said, because I think like you're teaching me things I don't know about Hubert Humphrey. There's an awful lot I don't know about U.S. history. I'm an American and a historian, but I'm not an American historian, and I have a lot to learn. But it strikes me that in order to be an anti-fascist and anti-communist, the most important thing is you have to have a positive vision of the American future. And the thing which Russia traffics in and how Russia will win ultimately is futurelessness. That their politics is a politics without a future. It's a politics which is built entirely on myths of the past.
Right.
And the war they're fighting against Ukraine is not really based upon some vision of how things will be better if we conquer Ukraine. It's based upon a vision of, lack of vision. We don't really know what we are, and therefore we have to destroy them, because destroying them gives us a sense of what we are, right? Everything is us and them, and since we don't know who we are, like, we have to have the them.
Right.
And that so all the emotional energy, all the political energy goes.
Which means that once these them are gone, then Russia will be forced to set their sights on the next them, which there's plenty of them to choose from. Lithuania, Latvia, Romania, Estonia, Poland. There are plenty of thems to choose from right now, so we'll see.
Goes against them. And that can obviously sustain a war for a while, and it has sustained a war for longer than I think a lot of people expected. I think things are going quite badly for Russia, and I think the way that the only place they're really winning is in the American mind, and not just the American mind, but the only place they're winning is in people's heads. They're not really winning on the battlefield. They're doing,
I mean, unfortunately, the reality is that they are also not losing, because again, they might not be doing great on the battlefield, but if the aid is frozen and Ukraine does not have the means with which to defend itself, then Russia not doing great on the battlefield would mean nothing, because sooner or later Russia will start doing well if Ukraine has nothing to fight with. So while it is sort of true that Russia is sort of doing well only in people's heads, there might soon become a situation in which Russia will start doing well not just in people's heads, if we are not careful about this. Especially if the US is not careful about this. If the US does not, in particular, the Republican Party, doesn't get its head out of its ass, the situation might get quite dire, quite quick.
They've smartened up from their initial invasion, which was based on this entirely false political premise, but they're still losing an awful lot of men in order to take a relatively small amount of territory. And they're doing badly, as we talked about before, in the air and on the sea. And politically, I'm not really sure what their explanation is for going on for.
And apparently they're doing better and better, even when it comes to the loss of men. Apparently, according to this CEO of the Medic Association that goes to Ukraine, the Russians are slowly but surely adapting their strategies to lose less men, to lessen the casualty rate. So
another year. I think they plateaued. They've hit this plateau where Russians think the war makes sense because people have died. That it's precisely that. They're like, because my son has died, because my husband has.
also keep in mind, again, part of this rapid Russification that I mentioned before, it means that Russia is in a position when it will soon start conscripting Ukrainian people from occupied lands as well. And instead of sending Russians to the battlefield, it will start sending Ukrainians to the battlefield to die for Russia.
Died because my brother has died. There must be some reason for it. And that will keep you going for a while, but it won't keep you going indefinitely. So I think they're going to have a hard time getting to 2025. And that's why they're so heavily invested in us right now. Like, that's why we've heard so much about how they're winning and Ukraine is losing and let's all throw up our hands. And this whole fatigue thing, like everyone's supposed to be tired, which I think is completely ridiculous. Like, what are we supposed to be tired about? Like, we're just sitting here watching and occasionally voting on something that doesn't make you tired. So I think Russia's in trouble. And I think, this is.
I might agree that Russia's in trouble. But I also think that, for example, the US is doing its bestest to get Russia out of this trouble. Yeah, that is what I'm alluding to, the passports, yeah. That is exactly what I'm talking about, the passport thing.
Is unpleasant for us, but if we don't see it, we're never they see Capitol Hill as the shortest route to Kiev. That's how they see it, and we have yet to prove them wrong.
Yeah,
about
exactly.
that. So
Russia might be in trouble, but thanks to the lack of US aid, they might stop being in trouble sooner or later. Let's not fall into the trap of concluding that since Russia's in trouble, that means that, for example, aid is not necessary.
So there's their politics are in a sense very closely related to our politics at this point, because they are counting on Mike Jackson and then Mike Johnson and on Donald Trump to get them through. Right.
Yeah.
That's their
Correct.
plan.
Yeah.
Their version of victory is that we lose focus, we lose attention, we don't fund, and then they wear the Ukrainians down with the help of the North Koreans. And
yeah, correct. Exactly. That is the plan. And it's being put into motion as we speak. It's not just some hypothetical plan either. It is being implemented as we speak. And it's working as well.
And the Iranians.
Yeah, they see Capitol Hill and then the 2024 election, obviously presidential, as their two-step path to victory. But that's no, it is striking. And you think that's very explicitly in their mind. They're not, that if things went differently on Capitol Hill and in 2024, it would have a pretty big effect in Russia. And
oh yeah. I mean, we're like, I know all this.
No.
Give me a little lecture, but we really, I mean, in the US, we really do live in a kind of, in our own, like, we have bubbles within a bubble, but there's like one big American bubble. And in that American bubble, we have all these other bubbles. But in our American bubble, we just often, I just put it very bluntly, like, we often just don't recognize that there's a world out there which is communicating to us very clearly. So the Russians pretty much every day
say that the US is helping them win, yes, and ironically, the US, the Russian media, the Russian pundits say, what is the West gonna do when Trump returns? When Trump gets into power, what is the West gonna do? That is
their own propaganda. Talk about how great Trump is and how great the Speaker of the House is.
Yeah.
We might not like that. We might not pay attention to it, but it's right there before our eyes. I mean, they literally go on screen in front of millions of their own people and say rah rah when there's not a vote for Ukraine aid. So they're not really hiding it from anybody, but this is what they're up to. Their propaganda is basically an alternation between we're trying to destroy the Ukrainians and, oh, look, we've got.
And also the US is helping us.
we have new pets in America, which is sort of how they describe the people who do what they want, because they're simultaneously praise them and they're incredibly condescending about them as well. They refer to Trump, for example, as Nasha Trumpushka, which is like, our little, I don't know, like our little Trump darling or something, like that's. So it's like they praise American political figures, but also in the sense that like they're these things we sort of cuddle because we like them so much. That's how they talk about Tucker Carlson as well. Like he's very courageous compared to the other Americans, but he's also completely like our person. Let's stroke his head a little bit.
A little pet.
So yeah, I mean, it's sorry to take so much time to answer it, but like it's just a really simple yes. They make it 100% clear that this is what they're doing.
Yeah.
And they know, unfortunately, that we're so narcissistic that we don't even notice. And anyway, for those of you like viewers who want to notice, Julia Davis does a terrific job in her writing and in her Twitter.
I've even covered some of this on the stream. I've covered some of the segments in which this is happening, in which the Russian pundits just openly say that, oh yeah, once Trump gets into power, I'm pretty much over. What are you gonna do? We're just gonna capture all Western leaders or something.
Feed on YouTube on just kind of summarizing Russian propaganda day to day, and that can be if there's any uncertainty about this stuff, she's very helpful on this.
And you read her, I read her on Twitter. I mean, it's so astonishingly both vulgar and I don't know, simple-minded isn't even the right word. What's what you're saying? I mean, kind of just there's no artistry and condescending to their American stooges, and that seems to have not to hurt them much. And I think maybe it's important for them at home, right, to show that they're not, that we're in charge. And when we have these I think the Soviets were a little this way too to their fellow travelers. They didn't actually treat their sort of somewhat stooge-like fellow travelers here in the U.S. or in Western Europe with great respect, right?
No.
It's a very funny mix, I think, in both cases. I'm sorry, part of my mind is now thinking about how to translate Nasha Trumpushka. I'm now thinking of like a Trumpkin dumpling, like something like that.
That's good.
I mean, I get it because it's similar to how Nasha Trumpushka. Our Trumpy, I guess. I translated it something like that. Our Trumpy.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's in both cases. There's this mixture of authentic fear of American power, and then because I mean, this is like one of the taking a sort of a big view. I don't know if you'll agree, but objectively, the comparison between U.S. and Russia now is nothing like the Cold War.
Right.
Yeah.
Like
Russia is much weaker than the USSR was at the height of its power, especially.
There's this.
In my opinion, at least.
There's this discourse of multipolarity, which I accept is more valid with respect to China, but
and sort of India is on the rise as a global power. We have to take this into consideration. Like when we talk about multipolarity, a lot of commentators don't really speak about Russia per se. They speak about countries like China, the US, of course, India as a rising power. I think there was more. I'm trying to remember what sort of other countries are sort of put in that mix.
If it's just a U.S.-Russia thing, it's not. There's no bipolarity anymore. The differences in power on kind of every dimension except the nuclear, and the nuclear is for most purposes.
It's just too big. Yeah.
Is irrelevant. The difference is so.
Which is why Russia is so desperate to rebuild as a global power, and Ukraine is sort of part of that plan. Russia sort of, I think, realizes that it's weak at the moment, and it's scrambling to rebuild that power through, for example, again in Ukraine.
Extraordinary. And so it's a mixture where like they are very afraid of the U.S. because they know if the U.S. actually gets its act together, essentially like we can win the war. And, it sounds like very condescending, but we could win the war in Ukraine without noticing, like the amount of help we have to give to the Ukrainians, which would be very significant for Ukraine. I mean, remember, like the Ukrainian economy is about 1/250th the size of the NATO economies.
And keep in mind, that the aid that the US has been giving to Ukraine is dwarfed by the amount that US has been spending on past conflicts. There is a very comprehensive chart that demonstrates that.
Russia is about 1/25th the size of the NATO economies, and so like if we actually just had a consistent policy, the scale of which wouldn't even be noticeable in our budget, we could win, right? And they know that. They know that. Like,
Yeah.
and so whenever they get their useful idiots, the relief is so great, right? That it kind of bursts into hilarity, like, oh, look, like these people could crush us with their little finger.
But they won't, because they don't have the political will. They will be blocked by their own internal struggles, by their own political games, but by their own indecision. And unfortunately, that is being proven to be correct.
But look, they're not going to, because
Yeah.
we've got Tucker, and we've got Nasha Trampushka, we've got these people. And so their relief, like
Yeah, the internal struggle will stifle the whole thing.
manifests itself in this kind of hilarity, in this kind of like, oh, well, look, the world is actually set up in such a way that we don't have to win. There are these people who are going to come and help us out.
Yeah.
Unique.
Which will, for all intents and purposes, mean Russia winning.
A few words about Europe. I mean, generally, there are cross-cutting trends and tendencies in many different nations, and obviously the different nations are very different. But what's your general sense there, and particular things that either alarm you or cheer you up?
In general, the Europeans are doing better on Ukraine than Americans think.
Better, but not good enough. The building of infrastructure is a long-term project, and in the meantime, Ukraine is struggling right now. The European countries are, for my liking, really struggling to buy ammunition from third-party sources. The whole 800,000 shell project started by the Czech Republic is really slow. Countries are really slow to join it. Countries are really slow about making financial decisions, about making any decisions really. So it's all slow, while Ukraine needs urgent help right now. That is, I think, the biggest problem.
There's a lot of discussion about GDP per capita, spending on defense as a percentage of GDP. Sorry, and that's a Trumpist discourse. But if you look at GDP percentage of GDP spent on the Ukraine war,
right,
the US is way down the list. Like, we're below Bulgaria, we're below countries that we don't even think are on the Ukrainian side. We're below Malta, we're below the Czechs, we're below pretty much everybody on that measure. And even if you take the total, the Europeans are now way out ahead of us. Different measures are slightly different things, but they're way out ahead of us. So, just as a starting point, it's important for Americans to realize that we're not actually leading. We could be, and we should be.
Yeah.
We really should be, but we're.
And now, well, it's hard to be talking about leading if the aid from the US is frozen. It's just frozen, period. So forget about leading. Do anything. Forget about leading for a bit. Just do anything.
We're not. But
figure out aid, then think about leading.
It's not, the Europeans lack what we have. They don't have all the stuff on the shelf that they can give away, and our manufacturing capacity should be much greater than theirs, although it's not, because we haven't made the right choices. In Europe, it's like different countries at different points are doing the right thing. Like, the beginning, it was the East Europeans who had been right all along.
Yeah, of course, because Eastern Europe has experience with Russia. Basically, all of Eastern Europe has experience of being colonized by the Russian Empire. Basically, most of Eastern Europe has experience of being either part of the USSR or a satellite state of the USSR. There's a lot of personal experience.
And who then kind of threw what they had at the situation. You have kind of steady in the background the Norwegians, who have infinite resources. And then you have the Germans who, like, in a like incredibly painful set of contortions, which are unbelievably frustrating if you follow them and if you know anything about German history. Because like, if you know things about German history, you know that actually Germany has a very profound historical debt towards Ukraine, which they're only
True.
very slowly realizing is the case. Germany is very, very slowly, too slowly, very slowly going in the right direction. And then you have the French who have been basically, Macron has seen as,
I really wonder if he's gonna say the same thing as I am saying, that basically talk is cheap. Like, France is not giving much aid, and France is not doing much of anything, but Macron is talking the big talk. But talk is cheap. Anybody can talk the big talk. Like, what you need to do is, I don't know, do the big deed, not just talk the big talk. But we're gonna see. We're gonna see what Mr. Snyder is gonna say.
generations of French leaders before him have seen. When there's a moment of American weakness, that's a moment when France can play a disproportionate role. And Macron, I mean, I think he's doing exactly the right thing and exactly the right rhetoric, and I'm glad he's doing it. But
the rhetoric alone is just not enough. The rhetoric will not win the war. Actions have to follow rhetoric. And I'm wondering if I'm about to hear this from Timothy Snyder.
it's really striking that that the goalless moment arrives when the Americans are busy, doing nothing. But what Macron, I mean, the French are doing less than other countries, but what Macron is saying now is very important because he's the one who's saying, like, this is very clear morally and this is also very clear strategically. And he's right about those things.
He is, but he's also not doing anything. So at the end of the day, again, talk is cheap. Anybody can talk a big game.
So I think the Europeans can get the Ukrainians through this year without a disaster. But if we want to show, if we want the Ukrainians to win, and if we want, we haven't really talked about this, but there are all these strategic gains which the US gets by Ukraine winning. If we want that, the Americans are going to have to come in and help.
What about domestically, though, in Europe? I mean, how worried are you about Orban? I mean, some countries
So Orban, Orban's role will sort of depend on whether or not he will perceive that he can gain something from cooperating. If the EU can offer Orban tangible gains, Orban will play ball. Orban is not some pro-Putin politician. He's a pro-himself politician. He will shift his politics depending on where he will sniff the biggest benefit to him upholding his reign.
Czech Republic, very impressive. They sort of repudiated a Trumpy type president. They've got 500,000 Ukrainians who seem to be doing fine. There's not much resentment so far as one can tell. They're being treated well and so forth. Hungary, kind of Orbanism. Where do you see the domestic trends there?
Yeah, it's interesting because kind of like if you take it as a whole, it's kind of like the US where you have a strong and increasingly organized minority, which is pro-Russia, pro-Putin, pro-Russian victory, pro-fascist. And it's not a majority anywhere, but it's on the scale of Europe as a whole, it's significant and it occupies certain important posts, like for example, the post of prime minister in Hungary. And from those posts, it can cause disproportionate damage.
I don't think that calling Orban a pro-Putin politician per se is accurate.
It can slow things down, and then a couple more of those posts, and then you've got real problems. It's like the U.S. You don't have to have a majority, which is.
If you want a pro-Russian sort of government, then I guess Slovakia right now sort of fits the bill.
To Ukraine, but you have to have a few blockers in position, which is what Putin is aiming for and what he hopes for. Public opinion it's like the U.S. Public opinion in Europe.
It's like you have Slovakia and sort of Hungary when it comes to blockers.
It varies from country to country, but it's basically pretty good, and it's remarkably good, given that it's been 2 years, and given that, and this has been a media.
Oh yeah, he is an authoritarian, 100%. He's a dictator, but he's a dictator that is most of all interested in keeping his authority, his regime in place, not about serving any particular sort of serving the EU or Putin. He serves himself. And if he sees an opportunity to strengthen his own regime, he will take it. It's basically that. And that's the gist of it.
Discourse, which I really dislike, like given that since March of 22, too much of the media has been telling us how we need to be tired.
Right.
Right. Which is just like it's meant to, it's kind of the worst of all possible forms of journalism because it's not even a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's like it's meant to be a self-fulfilling prophecy. And it's like now it's up to us to say, oh yeah, I read that headline and now I'm tired because I read this headline about how I'm tired.
Right.
But given all that, the public opinion is not
Well, thank
bad.
of God we've got some good journalism as well. Some good journalism from very dedicated people.
And I tend to think that, there are a lot of European countries, there are a lot of elections. Some are going to go well, some are going to go badly. The Polish election went the right way. The Czech presidential election.
Thank God. It was a close call. Many people said that the Polish election might have been the last democratic election if it went bad, if the law and justice was allowed to keep the reins of power. Like, the new government has inherited an absolute mess. Many institutions were co-opted, many institutions were disfigured, the first thing that the new government is doing till now is clean up after the last government, sort of straightening up certain institutions that were turned upside down. Like the election that was the parliamentary election that just happened in Poland, that was extremely important. And the thing is that the biggest fear that all the people in the opposition on the opposition side had was that people would not turn out to vote, that people would not vote, which is what the Stalinist, socialist, communist left of the US is telling people to do. Okay? Which is basically asking, hey, let's let Trump win. That is basically the message of those people. Because let's face it, if you don't vote, when you choose not to vote as a person that would have otherwise voted for Biden, you might as well vote for Trump at that point. It's basically like voting for Trump, in my opinion, not voting when you would have otherwise voted for Biden. That is the reality of the situation. If you take a vote away from Biden and just choose not to vote, then it's basically like giving a vote to Trump.
As you said, went the right way. The Slovak one went the wrong way.
The Slovakia is very pro-Russian.
Italian one seemed to go very much the wrong way from the point of Ukraine, but actually went the wrong way. The Italian one seemed to go very much the wrong way from the point of Ukraine, but actually she's been fine with respect to Ukraine, right? So like there are going to be elections,
Sort of.
There's going to be a British election and Labour is going to turn out to be exactly the same as the Conservatives on Ukraine, maybe even a little bit better. So with the exception of Germany and France, things are going to go back and forth, but I think basically it's going to be okay. Where we'll really have trouble is if,
Well, there's also the problem of things being really slow in Europe. That's a real tangible problem within Europe. Things are just
if
slow.
Le Pen wins a presidential election in France, or if the AfD comes to power in Germany. Like in those scenarios, then Europe itself is going to have trouble.
Yeah. Let's close by talking about the U.S., which you said was the key link and the weak link.
The
I think you
weak
said, or
link.
potentially, well, maybe right
It's
now the
true.
weak link and potentially the very, very
Unfortunately,
weak link.
nobody expected that to be the case. Like, not so long ago, I did not expect this to be. Okay, you want to talk about shock and things going against expectations? Like, I didn't expect. Like, people say they didn't expect Ukraine to do as well as it did. I actually did not think I actually did not think that Ukraine would just fall within the first few days. When the invasion happened, Polish people overall panicked, started emptying their bank accounts, started sort of preparing almost for an invasion, because I guess they also thought that Ukraine would fall. But I was not all that much worried. I actually did think that Ukraine would be able to defend itself. But what I did not see coming was that the US would just abruptly halt or aid. I did not see that coming. I was pretty confident that the US would keep the aid coming. That is the one thing that I absolutely did not see coming. And yet here we are. So
What I was struck by, I was in Europe a few times a year ago, meeting with pretty senior Germans, and I think the Zeitenwende is more real than not. I guess is the way I would put it. A little bit more glass half full than half empty. And especially the younger Greens in Germany have been excellent. It's funny. I said to one of them at the end of a meeting, I never thought when I was a Reagan Republican that the party I would like the most and admire the most really in Germany would be the, 40-year-old Green leaders and not the old CDU or, for that matter, SPD leaders. But when talking to senior Germans from the foreign policy defense world, I mean, what was striking to me was what forgets this again in one solipsistic American way. We have just all these capabilities. We are a global power. We have intelligence. We have a ton of weapons. We could make a lot more and probably should be making more. We have many, many things we can do. No European countries even remotely set up that way. They're individual companies, Rheinmetall, that do very good things, individual militaries that are extremely impressive, I would say, in the Balts and the Nordic states and so forth. There are many great things. I'm not being at all diminishing them by comparison. It just as a factual matter, the degree to which we can help in sort of day-to-day conduct of the war compared to, we're set up to fight wars, and to deter, and we've done quite a lot of fighting of wars, smaller ones, thank God, in the last 50 years, and obviously no European country has really. So so in a very practical way, I was struck by the indispensability, if I can use a Madeline Albright phrase, of the U.S., as well as the broader political way as well. But anyway, say a word. We'll close. But say a word about the U.S. in general, and
okay.
What you would say to fellow Americans, or what prospects you.
The U.S. sucks. I would say the U.S. Okay, it does not suck. The U.S. does not suck. The U.S. has some nice things. The U.S. has some nice elements that I like personally, but unfortunately, the GOP sucks. The grand old party sucks. Mike Johnson sucks. Trump sucks. The Republicans suck. The fact that the aid is being held back sucks. And that is all I have to say. Unlock aid. Go vote, and go pastor your local representatives is all I have to say.
Worries you the most and cheers you up, if anything, the most?
Well, let me just pick up where you started, then I'll go somewhere else. I mean, the striking thing about us helping the Ukrainians is that we could help. Most of the stuff we're giving Ukraine is stuff we were going to throw away.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
The systems that we've been giving Ukrainians are stuff which was obsolescent and which American taxpayer dollars were going to spend to take apart and throw away. And what we're doing right now by not doing anything is we are basically throwing away systems which, from our point of view, are too old. Instead of giving them to the Ukrainians, like the HIMARS that the Ukrainians have been using to great effect, are things that we would never use because we were going to throw them away. And so it goes to this point that
oh my God, that is such a wild thing to think about, by the way, that the things that have been so effective on the battlefield are just things that in the US are considered trash to be thrown away because it's just not good enough anymore. That is just such a wild thing to think about,
We have in principle all this military power, and we make ourselves laughable when our actual capabilities are so ludicrously off our theoretical capabilities.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why the Russian propagandists have trouble containing themselves, is that
Yeah.
the stuff that we're going to, it's this, the stuff that we're going to throw away would be enough to help the Ukrainian army defeat the Russian army.
True.
But we can't.
And again, that is so wild to think about. That is, for a second, just for a second, imagine a world in which the US would actually say, you know what? We're not actually gonna give Ukraine the thing that we were about to throw away. We're just gonna give Ukraine the newest state of the art equipment that we've got, the best of the best. Now, think about what that would do.
Get ourselves together politically enough to give the Ukrainians the stuff we were going to throw away, and that's why they laugh at us. And I mean, that may be unpleasant, but it's, we have to break out of it. Sometimes you have to, other people can help you to see themselves, to see ourselves. And so the US should be able to help Ukraine.
It does not seem to be working out for the US. The US is certainly not seeing itself. I don't see the US seeing itself. That's
win this war. I mean, now switching from the Russian point of view to ours, I guess the main switch I wish we could make is I wish we could say, wow, in the last 2 years, the Ukrainians have done a lot for us. They've defended the international order. The basic principle of international order is that countries shouldn't be invading other countries and changing territory. They have held off, in large measure, a genocide. Wherever the Russians occupy, they have been killing people, kidnapping people, raping people.
Yeah.
Holding off a genocide is not something just that Ukrainians are doing for Ukrainians. It's also a contribution to a better world. The Ukrainians are fulfilling the entire NATO mission.
Yeah.
Basically on their own. There won't be a war in Europe so long as the Ukrainians are fighting the Russian army, because there's no way the Russian army can fight another war. If Russia defeats Ukraine, of course it can. And in my view, anyway, they've made a war with China much less likely, because they're showing how offensive operations are complicated and unpredictable, and a Chinese Communist Party that doesn't want to be embarrassed is going to pay attention to that. And the Ukrainians are showing that there are people out there in the world who are willing to take risks for democracy, which is a pretty important example, I think, for us and for everybody.
Which, unfortunately, the US is sort of showing that it's not willing to take risks for democracy. In fact, what the US is demonstrating right now is the opposite. That for the sake of political wins against Biden, the Republican Party is willing to throw it all away.
They're doing all those things for us. I think that's where the conversation should start, and then it's like, okay, well, then what are we doing for them? Right?
Exactly.
What are we for this strategic bonanza and this moral example? What are we doing in return? I think that's where the conversation should be starting. Because as I see it, I mean, there are a lot of reasons to care about Ukraine, and I care about Ukraine as such. But even if you're just an American concerned about American interests, there's a kind of unusual strategic opportunity here where so many things are possible for so few resources.
Yeah.
And even if you're just a hard-headed American,
it doesn't happen often when you can have so much return for so little investment. That is absolutely the case.
Realist, this is a historical opportunity which you're never going to see again. And I wish people would care about the moral issues, but even if they don't, I wish people would care about our own interests, because our own interests point in exactly the same direction here.
Yeah.
That's such an excellent point and eloquently stated, and I think an appropriate place to close. But we should get back together maybe after. Hopefully things look more promising in November 2024, and
we'll see. We will see how things will look. It all depends. It all depends on the aid. It honestly does. We'll see.
And maybe we can talk again. More about the future and about a brighter future.
One thing's for sure: things have not improved significantly within these 12 days from this conversation. I assume the conversation took place 12 days ago.
Whereas I think, as you say so well, I mean, this 2022, 24 could be a real turning point, not just for Ukraine, but for
the world,
for all of us, right? I mean, couldn't it be a real inflection point in world history?
Yeah.
Yeah, and we can and it can still be a good one. It can still be a good one.
It
Yeah.
could still be a
Thanks,
horrible
thanks
one
for
as
reaching
well.
out.
Tim Snyder, thank you so much for
Thank
joining
you.
me today.
Thank you for doing this.
And thank you all for joining us on
Amazing.
Conversations.
Okay, if you've enjoyed my commentary on this, then press like, subscribe, bell. Tell your friends about me. Tell your friends about this channel. Tell your friends to watch me. Isn't it exciting to watch me talk about these things? Aren't you excited to hear the Eastern European perspective? Aren't you excited to get a voice with a silly accent like mine? To see my silly face? Well, I think in a way it's because taking risks for democracy coincides with that act of genocide. It's not merely that Ukrainians want freedom, but rather that failure means death. And this can be clearly seen. Whereas with the US, this is a bit more abstracted. We don't have a Russian invasion where people are being genocided. The only one we have is an attempted of transgender people, and not nearly enough people seem to care. It is exciting. Thank you, Greater Rain. I'm gonna go to the toilet now to sort of, to cool off, and then we're gonna continue. We're gonna continue, and we're gonna do things, especially since I've got an editor once again, which is exciting. Where you're gonna see new type of thumbnails. Even I don't know what sort of thumbnails to expect. So there you go. We'll see. We'll see what the future will bring with the new editor. I'll be right back. So yes, how did you like? How did you like the segment, Have you enjoyed this segment? I found this talk, and I really decided that I wanted to watch it on stream. Do you think it was a good idea? Do you think it was a horrible idea? Did I make the right call? Did I make the right judgment? Are you more excited about reading Timothy Snyder books now, which I'm going to show you one right now? I'm going to make a little bit of an advert for Timothy Snyder now. Timothy Snyder's The Bloodlands, Europe between Hitler and Stalin. Under Hitler and Stalin, the Nazi and Soviet regimes murdered 14 million people in the bloodlands between Berlin and Moscow. The killing fields extended from central Poland to western Russia. For 12 savage years on this blood-soaked soil, an average of 1 million individuals, mostly women, children, and the aged, were murdered every year. Though in 1939 these lands became battlefields, not one of these 14 million was killed in combat. They were victims of murderous policy, not casualties of war. In this deeply unsettling and revelatory book, Timothy Snyder gives voice to the testimony of the victims through the letters home, the notes flung from trains, the diaries on corpses. Is brilliantly researched, profoundly humane, and authoritative book that demands we pay attention to those that history is in danger of forgetting. Right? So there you go. It's a good book. I have my Poland world problems, so if you feel for my Poland world problems, then please donate, become a subscriber, become a Lucy Has a supporter, become a Lucy Has a advocate, become an advocate for the Lucy Has a cause, you know? Become a soldier for democracy. Something very, very interesting has happened. Something very, very interesting has happened in Poland. Okay? Because there's been this big investment. There's been this big thing that happened. The EU has allocated, in the grand scheme of things, it's not a huge amount of money, but it's like 500 million euro. It is an investment into the infrastructure. It is an investment into making more shells, more ammunition, and into building factories and making more weapons and stuff. And Poland, being the country that is right next to Ukraine, I would assume would want a lot of money to develop its manufacturing capabilities of weapons, right? I would think that Poland would be very invested in that sort of thing. And I would think that Hungary, which has sort of abstained in supporting Ukraine in any major way, or even has blocked Ukrainian aid for a long time, would not get super much money for its manufacturing of weapons. But, as it turns out, reality often surprises us. And Poland, out of the 500 million euro, I think it's euro, has been awarded a staggering amount of 2 million. That's right. Poland has been given 2 million euro to work on its manufacturing capabilities when it comes to the production of ammunition. And Hungary, for example, has been given a lot more, which I will say, to put it delicately, is a bit of an embarrassment. It is a bit of an embarrassment, I gotta admit. And I've prepared for us a nice No, no, it doesn't. That is the thing. Poland does not have manufacturing. In fact, the fact is that Poland does not have any sort of. Poland cannot manufacture its own stuff. Poland sort of just buys parts from other places and assembles them at home. Poland does not manufacture anything. That is the thing, the embarrassing thing. Poland is this phenomenon when it comes to being a country right next to a country that is fighting a war. So it doesn't produce any ammunition. It just takes stuff, buys stuff from other countries, parts, and just assembles them, puts them together. So that is sort of, yeah, but talking about the current situation, Poland should get a bit more, considering that it is a sort of unimportant place when it comes to Ukraine. Like, Poland should be manufacturing weapons and just sending them to Ukraine. You know, it should be a 1-2, 1-2, 1-2. Produce, send, produce, send, produce, send. And what is Poland supposed to do with 2 million euro? What exactly is Poland supposed to do with that? And the thing that worries me with Hungary is that it's not exactly a guarantee that Hungary will do this sort of 1-2, 1-2, 1-2 thing. It is not exactly a guarantee that Hungary will produce weapons and send them to Ukraine. You know? No, it's not a punishment indecision. I'm just sort of, I'm setting the stage for the situation because it seems to me that, as always in these sort of situations, the bulk of the blame, as per usual, lies within Poland itself, which sort of fumbled when it comes to actually taking part in the contests / bureaucracy that was involved in applying for the money. As always, it seems like Poland has massively fumbled when it comes to actually fighting for the money, if that makes sense. It seems like the thing doesn't work. Like, we have this pool of money and we just decide who gets what. Countries had to sort of apply for the money, and it seems like Poland has not done a very good job of applying for money. That seems to be the thing that happened. You know? Jeremy, I think, got the most money. Well, we're gonna go through this. Article, and we're gonna see what's what, because I have to admit, I'm gonna admit that I am familiar with surface level stuff when it comes to this, but I am interested in this topic because Poland really got a low. Government and opposition blame each other after Poland gets only 0.4% of EU ammo spending. And I did the comparison with Hungary because Hungary is not overall supporting Ukraine, but Hungary, I would say, did not get all that much either. Hungary got more than Poland, but it did not get a staggering amount of money either. We'll see. We'll see if the Czech Republic. I'm going to try to. If this article doesn't do a breakdown of which country got how much money, then I'm going to find it and see how much the Czech Republic got. Poland's main opposition party, Law and Justice, has criticized the government after it was announced that Polish firms will receive only 0.4% of the EU's newly announced spending package for boosting ammunition production. So this is in particular for ammunition production, which apparently Poland right now sucks at. However, the government has pointed out that applications for funding from the program were made last year when the Law and Justice Party was in power. Their arguments have been echoed by the chief of staff of President Andrzej Duda, who is normally a Law and Justice ally. Poland is the gloomiest country in Europe. So basically, you could say, once again, that the situation that we have found ourselves in is another legacy of the Law and Justice Party. It seems like whatever the Law and Justice Party touched, it turned into a mess by fumbling the application process for funds. Because, and it doesn't surprise me in the slightest, by the way, because the Law and Justice Party was a huge anti-European Union party. You know? The Law and Justice Party floated the idea of leaving the European Union altogether. Like, it caused the funds to be blocked for Poland, the rebuilding funds or something. So it does not surprise me in the slightest that the Law and Justice Party would fumble when it comes to that sort of thing. Timo Pesonen, a better, faster, stronger EU defense industry with 1.1 billion euro R&D projects, 500 million euro ammunition production, 310 million common defense procurement. We can see the details here, apparently. Let's see. Is the allocation here listed? Nope. Hello. Oh yeah, fake Alec Kyle Parker is the new editor. Fake Alec Kyle Parker is the new editor. Welcome, our new editor. On Friday, the European Commission announced that it was allocating 500 million euro to increase ammunition production in the bloc. However, of 31 projects that will be funded under the scheme, only one worth 2.1 million will be carried out by a Polish firm. That outcome was criticized by Mariusz Błaszczak, deputy leader of Law and Justice, who served as defense minister from 2018 until last year. Donald, King of Europe, Tusk, arranged for Poland an entire 0.42% of the EU ammunition production program, tweeted Błaszczak sarcastically, referring to the current prime minister. He noted that German firms had received 85 million and Hungarian ones 27 million, which is, you gotta admit, that 2.1 million euro versus 27 million euro is a bit of a huge difference, right? 27 to 2.1. Thank you for the tier 1 fake Carl Parker. However, in response to Błaszczak's tweet, the Defense Ministry's current spokesman Janusz Sejmej noted that applications for the EU ammunition program were submitted under the former Law and Justice government. We have exactly as many grants for ammunition production as you left behind, wrote Sejmej. Of the 3 Polish companies that applied to the program, the fact that only one got it should be a cause of shame for you. Błaszczak's successor as head of the ministry, Władysław Kosiniak-Kamysz, told TV station Polsat News that applications for the program had already closed when the current government took office in December, and after that, unfortunately, there is not much that can be done. He added that they would apply for further rounds of such funding in future and try to learn from the mistakes of our predecessors. State Assets Minister Boris Budka called for Błaszczak and others from the Law and Justice to face trial for their neglect in securing the financing. So it is as always, it seems like the Law and Justice Party just messed it all up. They just failed to secure any funding for Poland. That's it. It just seems like Hungary is just better at securing funding for itself than the Law and Justice Party was. Well, it was hard for the European Union to make any other decision if Poland failed to even properly apply for the funding, you know? It was like, how were we supposed to give you any more? You didn't apply for more. You just applied for this much, so we gave you this much. What do you want from us? You know? Like, this is a case, this isn't even a case of European Union deciding arbitrarily to give Poland less. This is a case of the Law and Justice Party just not even properly applying for more, which is pretty sad and pathetic. Didn't Jarosław Kaczynski say that he was gonna turn Warsaw into the second Budapest? Like, you can criticize Orban all you want, but he can secure funding for Hungary. And the Law and Justice Party just cannot say the same, it seems. The Law and Justice Party just fumbled time and time again when it came to securing funding. It just depended on the Polish economy doing well. Like, Poland just happens... Actually, yeah, I will say it. Poland just happens to be lucky that it's bigger than Hungary. So Hungary has to be smarter than Poland, I suppose, when it comes to applying for funds. And it is. Even if you cannot like the guy in charge of Hungary, it doesn't change that fact, at least. That is better at securing funding. Which I guess is at the core of politics of Orban, securing funding from one source or the other. Artillery production. I have to look into this. I have to look into the Polish artillery shell production. I do see. You have to, because that is pretty significant, especially for Ukraine. Ukraine does need 155 millimeter shells. Yeah. In response, Błaszczak confirmed that the applications had been submitted under the Law and Justice government, but noted that the entire procedure for awarding grants was carried out when Poland was ruled by the current coalition. The accusation that we submitted applications from too few companies is wrong, because, for example, the Hungarians received almost 30 million to be divided among 3 arms companies, he added. However, Deputy Defense Minister Cezary Tomczyk accused Błaszczak of spreading disinformation. He noted that the 3 Polish firms that applied for the program only requested a combined 11 million, and that one of them had done so without even having a relevant contract with Błaszczak's defense ministry. There you have it. There you have it. Incompetence. Speaking today, Foreign Minister Radosław Sikorski also claimed that one of the Polish applications was submitted to the wrong program. Come on, Poland. I mean, at this point, it's like basically it's like crying over spilt milk, because the Law and Justice Party is not even in power anymore. They're out. And it's not like you can undo the damage that they've done, but it is still pretty unfortunate, let me just say that. Oh, let's take a look. Like, it's pretty... It is frustrating. It is frustrating that incompetence is the main reason why Poland just got 2.1 million. Record contract for 155 ammunition for the Polish army. That's from January 3rd. Okay, we're gonna take a look at this. This is very interesting. I wonder if... Okay, we'll take a look later. Speaking to Polsat News on Sunday, Marcin Mastalerek, chief of staff to President Andrzej Duda, appeared to endorse the current government's arguments. We couldn't get as much as the Hungarians because we only applied for 11 million. Sometimes you have to admit your mistake and stop talking nonsense about the Germans, said Mastalerek in response to a Law and Justice politician appearing alongside him who has accused the EU of distributing money to German factories. It was very... So... We are seeing the situation. Okay, this is where we are at, because it is very important not to frame this as it is very important to frame this correctly, okay? Because this is not just the European Union arbitrarily giving Hungary more, giving Poland less. No, this is actually the Law and Justice Party not applying for more correctly, and then the Law and Justice Party trying to frame it as the European Union arbitrarily giving more to Germany, Hungary, and less to Poland. Does that make sense? We need to be careful about this. Because this can easily be turned into some weird anti-European Union thing. President Duda is normally aligned with the Law and Justice. When Duda does not align with Law and Justice, You fucked up. You fucked up. I'm not even gonna censor my I'm not gonna mince words. If Duda, the Law and Justice president, does not agree with Law and Justice, you fucked up. So President Duda is normally aligned with the Law and Justice and has often clashed with Tusk's new government, though they have shown a united front when it comes to defense policy. President Andrzej Duda and Prime Minister Donald Tusk have jointly visited the White House for a meeting with Joe Biden to mark the 25th anniversary of Poland joining NATO in 1999. The talks focused on security, in particular support for Ukraine. And that is basically it. That is basically it for the article. So, to sort of do a little bit of a recap, the Law and Justice Party last year did not apply for enough money, which, as a result, Poland is getting a measly 2.1 million for manufacturing of ammunition. Law and Justice is angry and blames the current government and the European Union, of course, because Law and Justice Party likes to blame European Union for everything. It says that the European Union favors Germany and Hungary for that matter, which is absolutely not the case. The countries have been given the amounts of money that they have applied for, and since Poland was not apparently capable of applying for more, it simply did not get more. I'm pretty sure Poland actually did send some howitzers to Ukraine. Okay, let's go here. Oh yeah, by the way, if you've enjoyed this segment, if you've enjoyed listening to me talk about this particular topic, then give it a like, give it a sub, give it a bell. Okay. Law and Justice. True. The Law and Justice Party. Right. I mean, small arms are not insignificant. Small arms are pretty significant. Even if it does not seem so right now in the conflict. Like, small arms, especially at the beginning of the invasion, were pretty significant. They lost a bit of their significance when the war shifted to trench warfare. Then now it became a lot more artillery focused. But small arms are not insignificant. Nevertheless. It's all sort of significant in its own right. Okay. So there's this article now that I want to take a look at. Karasu has linked it. How old is this? Oh wow. Now we're really getting into discussing Poland's manufacturing capabilities. Okay. The order awarded to Poland's state-owned PGZ group by the armament agency and worth 2.75 billion is the largest awarded to date for artillery ammunition. It covers 300,000 rounds, which will be delivered by 2029. Oh God. Wait, but this is not manufacturing, isn't it? No, this is this is not manufacturing. This is Poland bought this ammunition from. Hold on. No, no, it is manufacturing. Sorry. I'm just being confused here. Sorry, I was getting a bit. Let me see. Okay, let's just read the article. Everything will be made clear. Let's not make assumptions. I'm just gonna read the article and let's see where this goes. Warsaw, on December 22nd, the PGZ Amunicja Consortium and the Armament Agency concluded an exclusive agreement for the supply of nearly 300,000 pieces of 155mm artillery ammunition implemented under the National Ammunition Reserve Program. This is a historical contract both in terms of the size of the order and its value of nearly 11 billion zlotys, $2.75 billion. I'm gonna return to your question, Greater Range. I'm just gonna focus on this article first and other things, and then I'm gonna answer your question, okay? I am going to answer. The signed document is a consequence of the framework agreement concluded on June 1st regarding the deliveries of up to 1 million pieces of ammunition of various types and calibers for the needs of the Polish army by 2029. The conclusion of the framework agreement was the beginning of the change in the method of contracting ammunition supplies by the Armament Agency, which allowed the companies belonging to the PGZ Amunicja Consortium to plan the long-term production cycle and plans to further increase production capacity. Thanks to this, the PGZ ammunition domain, the only entity with such diversified competences on the Polish market, will supply the army with ammunition in annual quantities exceeding the volume of all orders received from the army in the last 10 years. Okay, so it is manufacturing. A Polish ammunition company is supposed to produce and deliver 300,000 pieces between 2024 and 2029, which, I don't know, 300,000 in 5 years. I'm not sure if it's, I don't know. I'm not happy with this. Maybe my demands, maybe my expectations are just too big, but I'm not super happy with this. The ammunition domain of the Polska Grupa Zbrojeniowa is the largest and proven domestic supplier of ammunition and munitions for the Polish army. Thanks to recent investments in infrastructure, production lines, and increased employment, we have been able to significantly increase our production capacity. This is our response to the needs of the ammunition market, reported both by the Polish army and foreign contractors. I mean, there should be more production and sending shells to Ukraine, if you ask me. Thanks to our actions, we can meet this demand. This is largely due to all people involved in planning the development of companies and those directly involved in production. On the occasion of this historic agreement, they deserve special thanks for the titanic work that made this success possible, said Sebastian Chwałek, I assume there's a typo here, president of the management board of PGZ SA, which means spółka akcyjna. A signed contract for the supply of nearly 300,000 pieces is not the first contract for 155mm ammunition carried out by the companies of the PGZ Capital Group for the needs of the Polish army. In 2022, ammunition companies completed the implementation of the previous multi-year contract for the production of ammunition of this caliber, concluded by ZM the Zamet SA in 2019. The PGZ Amunicja Consortium, to which this order is being placed, was established on April 28, 2023. Due to the expected invitations to negotiations by the Armament Agency for the supply of large caliber ammunition in such a short time since its establishment, it has confirmed its competences and is ready to absorb funds from the National Ammunition Reserve to increase production capacity. During this period, several conditions were met. The competences of the companies were confirmed, and the distribution of production in several places at the PGZ Group plants will meet the expectations regarding the diversification of production locations, necessary not only due to the need to increase production potential, but also for safety reasons. The consortium hopes that in the coming months, further contracts will be concluded, not only for 155 caliber ammunition, but also for 120mm mortar and tank ammunition. PGZ Amunicja is the only entity in Poland that can fulfill such orders using its own production potential. This is actually significant. This is actually really significant. So I guess this is good. Cooperation with foreign partners will of course be necessary, like in the field of modular cargo technology, in addition to support in deliveries, which will guarantee the expansion of production potential in Poland. The potential created within the state-owned company is a guarantee of supplies and systematic support for the armed forces, which is important for the country's security. And of course, again, being right now the country that is right next to the country that is fighting a war, if Poland can somehow if Poland can sort of step up when it comes to the manufacturing of artillery shells, then it could potentially manufacture them and quickly deliver them to Ukraine for use. That would be the ideal scenario, wouldn't it? If, like, there has been talk between Ukraine and Poland about Poland becoming this hub of manufacturing for the purpose of the war in Ukraine. So that is good news. But we've got more. We've got some more stuff. So yeah, Karasu was absolutely correct with this. This is manufacturing. I got confused there for a second. This is manufacturing. Weapon and ammunition manufacturing in Poland industry statistics 2011-2028. Here we go. How does the weapon and ammunition manufacturing in Poland industry perform across Europe? So, number one, you have France, which is very sad considering how low the aid. I keep. You will excuse me that I will look at all of this through the lens of Ukraine, but Ukraine is, at the end of the day, Ukraine is the country that is fighting the war. Ukraine is actually the country that actually needs the shells, the ammunition. So the fact that France is number one when it comes to manufacturing weapons and ammunition and yet gives so little aid just disappoints me immensely. Germany is second, as expected. Italy third. I must admit I did not exactly see this coming. Sweden 2.1. Belgium, Austria, Spain, Poland 8th, which is I gotta say, not bad. All things considered, not bad. 8th place. Bulgaria, Czechia, Finland, Slovakia, Portugal, Greece, Hungary, 15th place. Slovenia, Cyprus, Latvia. Okay, I gotta say, Poland is actually doing pretty well for itself. Sweden produces its own airplanes. I told you Poland. I mean, Poland is important not just because of its current capability. That is important. But Poland is actually, at least in the current geopolitical situation, important because of its placement on the map. Like, if Poland can manufacture ammunition fairly quickly, then it just really becomes this produce, deliver, produce, deliver, produce, deliver. Poland really then does become this sort of hub of delivering ammunition really quickly. So that becomes really, like, especially since Ukraine needs ammunition really fast now, right? Like, even if France, like when France, that is, I guess, simple logistics, right? If France delivers, if France creates ammunition, it still has to deliver them from here to here. And if Poland creates ammunition, it's just from here to here, much quicker. Weapon and ammunition manufacturing in Poland. Weapon and ammunition manufacturing in Europe. Interesting. In 2021, Poland has been ahead of Europe when it comes to. That is so. Wow. Poland apparently did really well in 2020, between 2021 and 2022 when it comes to weapons and ammunition manufacturing. Unless I'm reading something wrong here. Slovakia is also next door. Yeah, but Slovakia has a really big anti-Ukraine bent right now because of the because of how it did in the election. Slovakia has just sort of two things going against it. The fact that it has lower manufacturing capability than Poland, And the fact that Slovakia is extremely anti-Ukraine right now. Slovakian new government is extremely anti-Ukraine. I'm pretty sure Slovakia has said some really crazy things about Ukraine, about the invasion, about the war. It's just, yeah. Slovakia just really bad turn. I was really worried about Slovakia when the elections were happening. And it turns out that my worries were warranted. I'm just happy that, like, consider this. Poland was beginning to be quite anti-Ukraine in its own right, with the Law and Justice Party sort of trying to pander to its anti-Ukraine voter base. So imagine if Law and Justice won here, Slovakia here, and Hungary here. That would have been a pretty bad situation in which Hungary blocked aid for its own sort of interests. Slovakia is pretty anti-Ukrainian, and I'm not sure what the policy of Law and Justice would be had it won the parliamentary election. Right? So I'm glad. I'm glad that Poland sort of turned around. Sort of. Let me think. Czech Republic, Slovakia. But Slovakia has also quite lower capability than Poland when it comes to manufacturing. The Czech Republic. The Czech Republic is not that much lower than Poland when it comes to the ammunition industry. Plus, the Czech Republic is showing very big initiative when it comes to trying to get ammunition from third-party sources to just outright buy ammunition and send it to Ukraine. So the Czech Republic has been very, very good on that front. Like the Czech Republic not only sort of does manufacturing, but the Czech Republic also is showing big initiative in just outright buying ammunition from outside of the EU and sending it to Ukraine, which is, by the way, what the EU should be doing simultaneously, increasing its production capability as well as buying ammunition from the outside and sending it to Ukraine right now. The European Union is absolutely capable of doing that. Well, I honestly don't know how the situation has changed at that front. But when my grandfather was alive, the one that my mom's father, I remember him. That was so many years ago. That was years before he died, when he told me that the Czech Republic, economically speaking, is in a far better sort of standing than Poland. That the Czech Republic is actually sort of doing better than Poland when it comes to a lot of things. You know? Relatively speaking. That the Czech Republic is doing a lot better job managing its affairs in general than Poland. We did not have an opportunity ever to talk about which sectors he meant exactly, but he did say that. I think he even said that the Czech Republic in general is better at managing its democracy than Poland. Oh yeah. After all, we'll remember that the Czechoslovakian weapons manufacturing is what Hitler aimed for. That is why Hitler annexed Czechoslovakia to begin with, to get the Skoda factories, which were the greatest in Europe. You know, the Skoda factories were the greatest sort of like weapons factories. I'm pretty sure, yeah, tanks in Europe at the time, which is why Hitler so desperately wanted them, because that is what he sorely lacked. And once he got it, he was basically primed to prepare for war. Which, again, technically speaking, means that simply Poland allying with Czechoslovakia against the aggression of Germany might have possibly halted Germany's sort of preparation for war. Wow. Now they used to be mostly known for tanks, and now Skoda is mostly known for cars, if I'm not mistaken. Skoda has been sort of nowadays they're a lot more known for their cars. Czechoslovakia sent planes to Israel. The Sakin, which was complete piece of garbage, but that's all that was available to the IDF. I think there was some problem with the balancing, if I remember, with the engine that wasn't. I have to look it up. But yeah, there was like a problem with these planes, because some of them would quite frankly just nosedive into the ground because of some weird imbalance. Which was a thing. What is this? Northrop Grumman considers tank ammo production in Poland. How old is this article? Karasu, I assume you've missed the Timothy Snyder bit. Have you missed the Timothy Snyder, how should I call it, segment? Maybe later. November 2023. It's not super new, but it's also not super old, this article. Northrop Grumman is considering the production of 120mm tank ammunition in Poland to support the increased defense production capacity of the U.S. ally, according to CEO Kathy J. Warden, reported the statement on Thursday. Northrop Grumman CEO Kathy J. Warden stated, "We're looking at co-production opportunities for 120. While the talks are advanced, the company is still in the process of identifying suitable industrial partners and contract structures. The consideration is due to the fact that countries geographically close to Russia, such as Poland, Finland, and Germany, are exploring deals to manufacture U.S. weapons in Europe. This includes negotiating new arms deals, expediting existing contracts, and reevaluating the required munitions volume in light of the war in Ukraine." Poland, in response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine last year, has committed to a significant increase in defense spending, aiming to allocate 4% of its gross domestic product to defense and double the size of its army. Last year, Poland agreed to acquire more than 360 Abrams tanks from the United States. Meanwhile, Poland's Mesko, part of the state-owned PGZ Armaments Group, is in the final stages of negotiating the deal, according to the ammunition maker's deputy chief executive Przemysław Kowalczuk. The deal is expected to boost Mesko's production of 120mm ammunition to a minimum of 50,000 to 70,000 rounds annually from the current several thousand. Worden emphasized Northrop's intention to expand its European business, not only in Poland but also in other nations with similar product lines. She stated, Germany, Norway, we already have a significant presence in the UK today. We have a presence in Italy and France, so really a broad-based European business. Prior to the announcement of such intentions, Congressman Josh Gottheimer invested in the defense firm back on September 26, when the stock closed at the price share of 426.58. Since this trade, the stock has surged nearly 9% in value. Also, while we're at it, what do you wanna call in? I've missed the chat. Oh yeah. Yeah, I've heard about this. Yeah, I've heard about this from the Polish war journalist, because he recently gave a history lecture on Palestine, and he did talk about the planes. So it's okay. He did talk about these planes, about the Sakin. You still wanna call in? I mean, you can call in if you wish, and we can talk about the Sakin. And then I am going to give a bit of an opinion on the Finkelstein Destiny debate, because I may not be an expert on Israel-Palestine, but I have thoughts on that debate, at least parts of it. Some of the parts of that debate were so bafflingly bad, that it left me really, wow. It left me surprised, negatively surprised, really negatively surprised. Hold on, I have to.
Hey.
Hello. Introduce yourself to the audience. Hold on, I have to add text. Add source.
Okay. Well, I'm Estelle. I'm Gabriel. Magic in chat. So.
What are your pronouns?
She, her. So the second, I wanted to talk about the second.
Okay.
You know what that means? The word.
Unfortunately, no.
I think it means the mule.
Oh, like the animal.
Yeah. And yeah. Wait. Yeah. I know a lot from it. You can. There's also a lot on it in Wikipedia. So basically, there were a lot of military surplus in Czechoslovakia after World War II, because they were involved in German war production.
Yeah, that was like the you could say that they were the. I'm not okay. Maybe I'm overhyping it, but they were the sort of backbone of Germany manufacturing, which is why Germany again uh, aimed at annexing Czechoslovakia to begin with
Yeah.
for those Skoda factories that they desperately needed.
Yeah, they used the Panzer 38 T, T for Czechoslovakia, a lot at the start of the war because, well, it was a good design. It was also used by the Swedish, I think. And it was a very good export design, and the Czech used it too. And also it was the basis for a tank destroyer, which was called the Hetzer, which is recognizable because it's like a box, a small box with a gun out center. But to come back to the second, well, basically they started with the BF 109 for G6, which was one of the later designs of the BF 109 during the war. But the thing is, with the BF 109, it wasn't really the same aircraft from start to end. Like, it was almost completely redesigned throughout the war, but kept the same name, BF 109. So they had the S99, the Avia S99, which was basically just the Czech name for the BF 109. It had the same engine, but then disaster struck. There was as I said in chat, there was a fire that destroyed most of the engines. The DB 605. And so they had to use bomber engines. They had to use engines that were usually used on the, I think it was I have the image of the bomber in my head.
Oh, that's not really important.
Yeah.
The important thing is that I believe this engine was too heavy for this aircraft.
Not exactly. It's just it was way less powerful than the DB605.
Right.
Because it was just meant to be on a bomber. You have on a bomber you have two of them. It's not, and it's not
compatible. Is what you're saying.
Well, it was compatible, obviously, because they used it. They were able to fly with it. But
no, I mean, but many of them also dropped to the ground. It was not a reliable flight, from what I've heard.
Yeah, it was not ideal. But I don't think it was it was more because it was way harder to use to fly the plane than with the DB605, because the problem is the engine has the propeller imparted so much torque, because, well, on a bomber you don't really care about the torque. Well, if you have two engines, the torque of the propeller, because like it goes in a way, because there's the propeller pushes air in one direction, but it also pushes air in in other direction, so it makes your plane twist. But on a bomber, since you have two engines, the twist cancel of the two engines usually cancels each other out, because they are made to spin in opposite directions. So you don't have to worry too much about the torque on a bomber, especially since bomber
So what you're
frames are
saying
more.
is that the engine wasn't compatible with the planes that was put in.
Kinda, but the torque is a problem on any plane with a single engine. It's just that it was stronger on that engine than on engines that are usually meant for for single engine aircraft. Did I say monoplane? I meant single engine.
So it was more compatible.
It made the plane a very much harder plane to fly, especially if you are a novice pilot, because it's not something you expect. You have to get accustomed to. Well, first you have to push the throttle very gently, because at low speed your engine will be doing much of the pushing, and so it will have much more of an effect on at low speeds. But as you accelerate, there are other parts of the aircraft, like the stabilizers, that will help you. That will help you counteract that force. So that's one thing. It was
And
way harder to fly.
Those planes were sort of attributed to turning around a dire situation in Israel.
Yeah.
But that's a different story, I guess.
Well, it's the end result, but it's not. It's not just the only thing that's the issue. The engine is an issue. Also, the BF-109 itself was a pretty finicky machine, because it had a very narrow undercarriage, which makes it not really stable on the ground. Like, because, well, if your wheels that are placed on the wheels, the wings, they are far apart, that gives you a lot of stability. You're not going to tip one side or the other. But on the BF-109, it was easy to tip it over, so that you would scrape one tip of the wing on the ground. So that was another issue, made worse by the fact that the engine wasn't made for fighters. Single engine planes. Then there's the fact that on the DB605, the DB605 was an engine gun setup. You could put a cannon that would fire through the propeller hub, which makes it very accurate. Because, well, you don't have to account for the guns being on either sides. And also the fact that you can put a gun in the middle of the bomber engine meant that if you wanted to have sufficient firepower, you had to use the kit that would let you add guns to the wings of the aircraft. But that would also decrease performance, because it would add additional weight, it would add additional drag, and so that's another factor which made the Sahin even worse.
It did save the day, though.
Yeah, reluctantly.
Or rather, well, depends on how you look at it. It saved the day for the Israelis. It doomed the day for the forces fighting them.
There's one last thing that made the Sahin even worse, and that's, to my knowledge, it's not exactly 100% confirmed, but it's the fact that it had still machine guns firing through the propeller. They are mounted on the cowling. On the BF-109, there's a synchronization gear that makes it makes it that you don't shoot your propeller off by shooting those guns, because like they will only fire when the propeller is out of the way. But the problem is that it was the synchronization gear wasn't made for the engine or the propeller. So it would end up that if you use the guns, those guns, they could end up destroying your propeller, and your plane would basically fall out of the sky. So that was an issue that you don't want that to happen.
Right. Oh,
So
yes, we went
that's the
through-
story
Right.
of the.
Thank
the
you.
mecha-
Thank you for telling us all about the planes that saved the war in Israel.
That's just a testament to the kind of pilots that were crazy enough to fly those kinds of planes.
That's true.
Uh,
I mean, the times were desperate, so the measures were desperate as well. Well then,
Yeah.
thank you, and I'll be seeing you soon. And I'll
Ah,
be doing a rant
nice.
of my own now about the
All right.
debate.
See ya. A nice
See you.
stream.
Thank you. Well, it's not over yet.
Yeah.
Thank you. Also, link your stuff. I'm gonna put it in the chat. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna turn this off. Debate, because Karasu she's been re-listening to the Finkelstein Destiny debate, and oh me, oh my, I might not fancy myself the biggest expert on the Israeli-Palestine conflict itself, but I do consider myself pretty increasingly knowledgeable when it comes to the topic of genocide, I guess. Particularly the UN, the convention part of the genocide. And some of the things that I've heard at the debate, during that debate of Finkelstein versus Destiny, just baffles the mind. Like, for example, when Destiny says that the fact that the case was accepted by the ICJ means nothing because plausibility is a super low bar that any country that just submits a coherent thing will be accepted. And it's just not true. If that were to be the case, then many other genocide cases would be happening right now. Like, this is... Like, I have to agree with Finkelstein and the other person here that the fact that the South African claim was taken seriously enough to warrant an investigation, like that is very significant. Let's take this because we're discussing investigating crimes, right? Genocide is considered to be one of the heaviest crimes, if I'm not mistaken, if not the heaviest of crimes, the biggest of crimes, genocide. So I would think that a body charged with investigating genocide would have a pretty big standard when it comes to accepting a case to be investigated. Let's take this into a much smaller scale, into a much smaller case of a crime, right? Murder. right? What does it take for for a crime of murder to be investigated? What does it take for an investigation for murder to start? What does it take for sort of, is the standard really, really low when it comes to plausibility of murder having occurred and the investigation for murder happening? Would we say that if sort of like an investigative body said it is plausible that a murder has taken place here and we have started an investigation, would we then just shrug and say this means nothing? Like plausibility is a very low standard and it's basically a nothing burger? Or would we be actually sort of, alarmed / interested by the fact that an investigation into a murder is taking place in the, at all? Constitutional courts will be selective. What stuff they will investigate, what can constitute enough to occupy them. At least that is how Hungarian constitutional court works. Like there has to be some sort of a high standard to even start this sort of lengthy, very time-consuming investigation into a genocide. So I just reject this whole weird notion. And then we add to the fact that Destiny basically said that all 16 judges that ruled on this were, or was it 15 judges? Let's say 15 judges. That all 15 judges that ruled on this were just incompetent. That the fact that this was accepted to be investigated at all is just a testament to all 15 judges being incompetent somehow, because Destiny is much smarter than all of them. And then he says that all the quotes in the paper submitted by South Africa, all the quotes were taken out of context. And then he read the full context, and the context basically either changed nothing or made the quote sound even worse. I don't, just incredible stuff. Or what's the name of that person that debated pro-Israel along with Destiny? Benny Morris, was it Benny Morris? I think it's Benny Morris. He said that the death of 30,000, I think it's 30,000, that the death of 30,000 civilians is fine because they were 30,000 human shields? Like, Jesus Christ, why would you say that? Why would you ever say that the death of 30,000 people is acceptable because they were 30,000 human shields? Like, what would compel you to say something like that? Why would you ever say something like that? 30,000 human shields. Human shields supposed to prevent murder of civilians. Like I've done this sort of comparison before. The 2002 terrorist theater hostage situation in Russia. Moscow theater situation, where the Russian government simply decided that since the Chechen terrorists have taken the entirety of the Moscow theater hostage, then the only thing that the Russian government can do is to pump the theater full of gas and gas both the terrorists and the hostages. So now I ask, I guess, does it mean that in the eyes of the pro-Israeli debaters such as Destiny and Morris, that was the right thing to do, gassing both the terrorists and the hostages? After all, keep in mind, hostages are nothing more than human shields, quite literally. That is the role of a hostage, to be a human shield preventing the other party from taking action. As long as we have this human shield in the form of a hostage, you cannot do anything against us because you're risking the hostages dying. So, according to Destiny and Morris, Russia was correct. Russia was correct to do what they did, to just gas everyone, because those were just human shields used by the terrorists, literally. Yeah, should the IDF members' neighbors considered to be as human shields? Exactly. It's just ridiculous. It's just incredibly ridiculous. Like, nobody would say that Russia was in the right for gassing the whole theater in 2002 to kill the hostages. I don't think anybody would say that, and that anybody would say, oh, those hostages, they were just human shields, so therefore it was fair game to gas them. I don't think anybody would grant that. And yet, we're basically granting it here. What's the difference? What is the difference exactly between that situation from 2002 and the situation now? Apart from the fact that the 2002 thing happened in an enclosed building of a theater. And yeah, but I like giving the Moscow example because it's so clear cut. We can even compare the 7th events. I would not say that it was right to kill people in that concert. And that festival, yeah? Yeah. Ironically enough, the IDF uses the biggest human shield of anyone in history. That's the secondary purpose of the settlements. Or if I apply Destiny argument, we could consider them human shields as they were on the way of attacking. True. Human shields. That is such a bad argument that the human shield argument, so ridiculous. The settlements are quite literally a buffer zone, populated by civilians. Like, I don't know, it's just so ridiculous. But again, unfortunately, I don't quite have enough know-how to discuss / debate Israel-Palestine. But on the positive side, Destiny almost made a 180 turn. Almost. Do you remember when an organization accused Ukraine of using human shields? Was it Amnesty International? I mean, part of me wanted to say that what if Russia suddenly started saying that Ukraine is just killing using human shields and therefore Russia is bombing the cities? $160 degrees. Oh, so he basically returned to where he started, is what you're saying? 360 degrees. He just went back to where he was, where he started this whole thing with his opinions on this topic. He had an initial opinion. He sort of learned more, and now he's back where he started. Is that what you're saying? Right. I mean, he did say, oh yeah, well, let's not forget that he did say that probably Israel nuking Gaza and killing 2 million people would not be necessarily a genocide in his eyes, which I would love to hear the rationale behind this. I would love to hear the rationale of Destiny that nuking Gaza would not be at least part of a genocidal campaign. I know what he would do. He would compare it to Japan, but the comparison to Japan absolutely does not work. Because in case of Japan, and I don't agree with this necessarily, by the way, but in case of nuking Japan, at least you can make the argument that nuking of Japan was part of this strategy / plan of making Japan stop fighting, I guess, to make Japan give up. That the fact that not major cities were targeted with the bombs, but a small, sort of relatively small cities were targeted for the bombings. It wasn't sort of aimed at the destruction of the Japanese people. But Gaza, being a very small strip of land and very densely populated strip of land, means by default that nuking Gaza would at the very minimum probably kill most of its inhabitants. So what other reason would you, logically speaking, have to nuke Gaza if the intent was not to destroy Palestinians in whole or in part? Considering just how densely Gaza is packed and how small Gaza is. What other possible reasons could you have to nuke that place apart from the destruction of the people themselves? How would the comparison to Japan work exactly in this scenario? Because I'm pretty sure that is where Destiny is trying to go with this. Oh, we nuked Japan, it wasn't genocide. Therefore, if Israel nuked Gaza, it also would not be genocide. And it just doesn't work like that. The comparison absolutely does not work one-to-one neatly like that. It just doesn't. The comparison to Japan doesn't work at all. Like in this case, I would just say, provide me any other reason why Israel would nuke Gaza apart from the destruction of the group in whole or in part. because otherwise it makes absolutely no sense to use a nuke. And we are entertaining sort of Destiny's little Nagasaki and Hiroshima were absolutely bombed as well. So there you go. We're entertaining the hypothetical of Destiny here. When he said that if that was wild. It was such a wild statement. I just can't believe it. Maybe I should debate Destiny. Maybe I should be the Finkelstein that the online community does not deserve but needs. Maybe I should be the person to debate. I'm gonna go grab something to drink. And in the meantime, and go to the toilet as well. In the meantime, you write in the chat if I should debate Destiny. Okay? Write in the chat. Yes or no. I want to see some engagement with my fan base. Debating your hubby bubby? Yes. Listen, I can only win by debating Destiny. If I win, it's all good. If I lose, he's sleeping on the couch. So I win, sort of, kind of. Be right back. water. With water, Karasu must be happy with me. What? What's thumbnail? What do you mean? How are you? Damn. How long have we been streaming? 4 hours, 41 minutes. Chad, is this real? Is what real? Wait, is what real? I don't understand. What is what real? I'm real. I live. I live and I exist. I am certainly real. I'm realer. I'm realer than reality itself. The N-word. What? I'm sorry, what? That's what? I'm okay, I'm what? That's impossible. I'm sorry, what? The N-word? That's what? There is no N-word. Liar. You're lying to me. There is no N-word. There is no N-word. Oh my god. You're awful. You're awful to me. Damn. How could you do this to me? Wait, hold on. What's wrong? What's happening? Wow. But yeah, the segment's over. That is correct. That segment is past. It's in the past. Now there could have been was a Kyle Clancy stream that all would have been. And was in Hungary. Why? Why is Kyle Kalinski Hungarian or something? Is Kyle Kalinski Hungarian? I can, yeah. I can do that. This is there's something weird going on here. There's something very strange going on. There's something very suspicious going on. And where is this Hungary? Hey, let me see something. Things are not going well. But it's okay. It's okay when things are not going okay, because that means that I can sort of, yeah, water. Water, I'm gonna drink it. Tasty, tasty. Oh my god, I actually wanted to talk about Orban, Viktor Orban today, but Karasu's gone. Karasu's gone to bed, so I cannot. And I kinda sort of wanted to talk about Orban. I return. Welcome, Greater Rain. Welcome back. I wanted to speak about Orban, but I cannot now. Agua, true. No pure water, agua, and Basing say, as they say. I want to write my new editor, who's gone for the count. So yes, I am ready. I am ready to take my place among the greats. Riverboat Jack is streaming. What? Oh, Chad Logic did another video about trans people, of course. Because of course he did. Why would he? Why would he not? Why would Chad Logic not make a whole thing about trans people? Oh, you gotta go to bed as well. My small audience is crumbling. My small audience is crumbling all around me. Damn. Why would Chad not be a Chad for once? Because Chad Logic is Chad Logic. There's no way. There's just no way not to be Chad Logic in this. I don't know. I don't know what to say. It is very late and I'm very tired. Okay, it is super late. Jesus Christ, what's happening here? He was pro-choice all along. Max, who's Max? Oh, I hope Max is not what I think. Okay, Max is not who I think. Okay, thank God. Because that would have been very, very depressing if that would be the case. I'm here for Chud content. Okay. You want to call in and tackle it together? You want to tackle the Chud logic content together? If you're here for the Chud logic content? Yeah, I guess this is going to be our last thing for today. The Chud logic video, which is 31 minutes. "31 minutes of Chud logic video. You demanded it, and I'm delivering, I guess. Since you seem to really want it. Your favorite content creator.
And this is...
That has a really weird... We have a really weird history. Him and I. Okay, I'm ready. I am now officially prepared for Chud logic.
This is the person. Wow. And this is the person. Wow. Is this the actual account? DK, what do you mean by its con...
Oh my gosh, it froze. Also DK, of course DK is part of this whole thing. DK Media, the editor of Chud Logic.
And this is the person. Wow. Is this the actual account? DK, what do you mean by its Dude, you just said it's ContraPoints. Trans people have got to lighten up a little bit. I'm sorry to break it to you, okay? But you do. You just do. You've got to lighten up a little bit.
Yeah, you gotta lighten up a little bit. Who cares if you're not treated like a human? Chud Logic is the last person that can tell trans people to just lighten up, but okay, whatever. Whatever, Chud Logic.
You're not at risk of
Whatever's
getting
clever.
assaulted over a fucking meme on the internet either, you fucking moron. Anyway, how are you able to talk with the sans fucking nut so deep down your throat, you fucking idiot? Fucking moron. Anyway, a little bit. You're not at risk of...
Ricky Beverick. I know this person. Show this thread. Your profile pic. I like this drawing. You in real life. Jesus. Okay. It's just a funny joke. Wait! Chud Logic was the one that grilled me on the whole "it's just a joke, ha ha ha." And now he's saying trans people lighten up. I recently re-listened to our talk from many moons ago, and he said how curious is just a joke. Defense.
getting assaulted over a fucking meme on the internet either, you fucking moron. Anyway, how are you able to talk with the sans fucking nut so deep down your throat, you fucking idiot?
You posted that? What? You didn't see the hair color, Rick.
I'm colorblind.
What did you do, Rick?
I'm colorblind. I'm not gonna
What's happening here?
say I'm sorry. Transphobe! Transphobe! Transphobe!
God, Ogre Boy, you are such a pathetic little wretch, aren't you? You're like a pathetic little fucking progressive soy wretch.
Jesus. What a video I've stumbled into. What? Okay. Well, I'm already here, so I might as well see it through to the end. Since I'm here, might as well see it through, right? Right. Yeah.
I just saw this on my Discord and I thought I've been to talk about this. Right, what is this? New Dead by Daylight killer is a deformed freak in a skirt. Voiced.
Oh, so that's where it comes from. Okay, I get it. I get it. It's all clear
by
now.
a trans. What is that voiceover artist? What in the ever living heck did the dev mean by this? Okay. Is that Casey Tron? I don't think they meant anything, did they? It just is a stylistic choice. Video game Dead by Daylight hired a transgender voice actor for a character they didn't show her of the design of. It ended up being a deformed... It ended up being a deformed mutant in a skirt who appears to have died by hanging. Oh no. This cuts off. Is there a fuller comment somewhere?
Damn. Chad being a divorced former coin peddler, aka worthless social media has to up the ante to keep the cash coming. I
think I saw it in the original post there. Is this it?
Amazing.
Maybe not. We'll just read this then. Okay. Regarding my recent viral witch hanging, I voiced the character The Unknown in Dead by Daylight.
Okay. Okay. Are you stuck?
At the time of the voicing, it was a great experience.
What happened? Did he get stuck? Why didn't DK edit this out?
I was voicing the character that there was no model and that the creature was supposed to be amorphous. They had no model design before I recorded my line, so it's my assumption that the design team took my medical history and my ability to use multiple voices as an opportunity to create character models that encapsulate my medical history as trans. Wait, we've got the full thing here. Thank you, Queeman, for sending this.
Queeman. His entourage, Queeman and DK.
And capitalize on catering to the transphobic community. I was tricked into voicing a stereotype. Since yesterday, I've been virally harassed for being trans by thousands of people since yesterday.
Okay. So you're gonna mock it now.
Wait, I've been listening to Gamergate things recently. Gamergate 2.
Oh, okay.
I thought that they were making it all woke. This is the opposite. They're making it unwoke by putting in, well, an offensive stereotype of a trans person, shall we say. Many folks... Or you could argue, hang on a minute.
Maybe he was reading ahead in his head. Maybe. That's so weird. What a weird thing.
I thought you wanted...
What a weird place to just pause.
What are you complaining about? Anyway, many folks in the trans community are up in arms over this, and rightfully so. I feel that reparations from the team that deliberately tricked me is the only logical next choice of action. I'm so upset, so infuriated that people are comparing trans people to these clearly transphobic character skins. If I had any idea of the fallout that would happen after simply voicing a character, I never would have in the first place. Let me personally apologise to anybody who has been a victim of transphobia due to this release. Please know you are loved, know you are valid. As for me, I'm not okay. This has ruined my reputation, has put me physically at risk for being attacked in public if anybody recognises my face or voice. There were no diversity consultants on this project. Oh, that's a reference to the Sweet Baby Inc. stuff, this diversity consultant stuff. The company knew that making a stereotypical man in a dress as a character and having a trans voice actress voice it would bring lots of money and people back to the game. I'm not dumb. I know how marketing works. This seems to be a huge ploy, and the trans community, along with myself, were the victims.
Okay. I actually didn't hear about this. This flew under my radar, that's for sure. I didn't even register this whole thing happened. I guess I'm not on top of things. I'm a fake trans creator.
Right, okay. And this is the person. Well.
All right. You're gonna comment on the... Don't tell me you're gonna comment on the appearance. Come on, Chud Logic. Like, give me a break.
Is this the actual account? Are they leading into it or they don't care? Anyway, let's read what they've got to say. There has been some recent misunderstanding. Anybody that thinks the skins are going away is not on the loop. Behavior is allegedly aware of the mass transphobic remarks and memes being made, and the gaming community is not a reflection of the game developers. I wasn't kept in the loop with what the character's final look would be. I was given an ambiguous description
Welcome
for the
to
parts.
Chud Nation.
Thank you, Dr. Demand, for
Shave.
the sub. No, I won't, but thank you. And even though I tried my best to find out more, continually asking for more info, that wasn't possible. This is why I was upset. The skins themselves were never the issue, lack of communication was. Please stop boycotting behaviour. They are not transphobic. It's wrong to take bits of info and jump to your own conclusions. Behaviour is a good company and has been nothing but kind in supporting through the tough process of receiving mass harassment for my involvement in the character. Leave it alone. Why did they put like alone? Zoe Alexandria.
Okay.
But wait, their comment here, it tells a different story. I mean, yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, it looks bad, doesn't it? But do you know what it is? Okay, I think that the anti-trans brigade is trying too hard on this one. I think. I don't think it's as big a deal. What's this community note say? The image is a skin of the unknown. The base appearance of the character is wearing male clothing. That the VA has done both male and female voices is due to the character's background as a monster that steals appearances.
Okay.
Oh. Okay. Oh, wait, no, hang on. This is a joke. Wait, hold on. Hold your horses. This is a joke. Okay. This is a joke. But this person is, they run that fucking Redux mag, don't they? The old Redux pro-women mag. So therefore I don't like it. Pro-cis women. Biological women, I should say.
What?
I mean, yeah, this isn't really a joke, is it? This is them, you know,
Chad logic.
Putting out their genuine ideas. Do we have video footage of the unknown? Whoa!
Don't pretend to be scared. Come on, pussy. Okay.
A little laughter or two.
Voice does work.
Me crazy. You must be alone here. Hunger, intolerant hunger. IT instrument.
DK, what do you mean by it's dude? You just said it's ContraPoints.
What?
Now I'm bad. I lived in
No transphobia. There's no transphobia in Chad Logic's chat.
I will not be denied my happiness. I nameless legend. I'll send you a postcard. Life is what we make it. No one will hurt you. No one but me.
Okay, oh, you're saying it sounds like ContraPoints, right? Okay. Guys, I am not going to comment myself.
Of course not.
Are in fact heterosexual because they uphold the oppressive power of the phallus that subjugates women. Gay women who identify as butch or femme, they're heterosexual because they're role-playing the oppressive dynamics of heterosexuality. The
Terrible fright isn't tonight's world.
They don't sound remotely alike, to be honest.
What? No. No way. No, I do not agree with that. I do not agree with any negative comments about trans individuals.
They don't sound remotely alike. There's a different... Are you deaf?
Whatsoever.
Are you deaf? Those are totally different sounds. Whatever.
What is all about? What?
Wait a second, let's just...
Only true homosexuals, according to Sheila Jeffries, are couples who eroticize equality. So what does that mean? It means no penetration, no tops or bottoms, no kinky fuckery, and no gender.
I'm so nervous tonight. At last.
Are in fact heterosexual.
Stop it! I didn't mean to do that. No.
Do you have a hearing impairment, Chud Logic? I'm okay. Okay.
I didn't mean to do that. Come on. By the way, do you know what's really funny?
Yes. What is really funny apart from your hearing deficiency?
This just shows that when it comes to trans issues, DK and I have got a lot of agreement, okay? But
I know. I know.
In my head, when I was covering the Essence of Thought stuff, right? Part of me wanted to put a tweet out, which was Essence of Thought's face, you know, in real life, and then the cartoon of Essence of Thought. The obvious comedy coming from the fact that it's very incongruent to look at the two side by side because they look totally different, okay?
Okay.
I thought that would be a funny meme, but I didn't do it in the end because I took a sort of more, just a more standard criticism approach. So I was like, I don't want to, you know, get into the transphobia stuff too much, right?
Too much. I see.
But I'm thinking about it. Maybe I'll do it if push comes to shove. If
Wonderful.
we need to go hard on the Essence of Thought.
I just remind you that Chud Logic also used to hide his face and represent himself behind an avatar, but who remembers that anymore?
Criticism, right? And then I saw that DK put out the Essence of Thought coverage on the second channel, right? And if you haven't seen it already, you'll not believe the thumbnail that he did for it. You'll not believe. It is literally the exact thing that I was thinking of.
Oh, wow.
Look.
Bigoted minds think alike. Wonderful. I'm not sure if it's such a... Okay. All right. Beautiful.
I didn't even say this to him. I didn't even mention this to him or say anything about my idea. But the thumbnail that he used was the exact thing that I was thinking about tweeting out when I covered it. But I didn't. Isn't that crazy?
Crazy. I'm not gonna comment. It's... Yeah.
And in fact, if you watch the stream, you'll
Amazing.
probably remember I was saying, guys, someone get me a screenshot of Ethel's face in the video in the cartoon. I need it for something. And then I didn't do anything with it. Okay. That was for this reason. Because I wanted to do this on Twitter, but I decided against it in the end.
Wow.
You know,
Amazing.
just to play it safe.
Right.
But I'm glad we got it somewhere out now.
Cool.
But yeah, there we go. What do you think of this, by the way? I think this is actually quite a good thing.
Amazing.
A good thumbnail.
Oh, very.
Right, this shouldn't take too long. It's just a quick thing. Okay? Ricky Berwick tweeted this out. Okay? Which I thought was kind of based. I'm not going to lie. Your profile pic, you in real life. Look, okay. Trans people have got to lighten up a little bit.
Yeah, you've got to lighten up a bit when you're being sort of, yeah, lighten up. You're being debased daily and you're being compared to hideous monsters, but lighten up a bit.
I'm sorry to break it to you, okay? But you do. You just do. You've got to lighten up a little bit, okay?
Yeah. You're being dehumanized on a daily basis, but I guess lighten up about it. I guess. Okay. Damn. As always, a deep analysis from Chud Logic here.
your passageway to moving forward and to not being seen as like annoying is to just lighten up a little bit and not freak out about stuff like this. Okay?
I see.
Like, to me, that just seems the most obvious thing to do here.
I see.
I think you just need to just look at this and go, oh, okay. If it was eye rolling, you eye roll about it, okay? And fucking move on. Getting upset about this shit is not going to fucking help you, as far as I'm concerned, okay? You know, like, for example, if I look up like average British person.
Okay.
What's that meme with the fucking teeth? And it's like, well, oh, this is it, yeah. Well, what about school shootings in America? What about all the school shootings? You know? If I got to put up with all this shit and accent jokes and stuff, I think you can put up with a little bit of fucking fun being poked at you, okay? I feel like...
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of a difference between the level of discrimination that trans people sort of face and British people. Might be wrong. British people, the most discriminated against. Damn.
But the problem here is there's a kind of pain. There's a kind of painful truth to it that I think trans people just find it difficult to.
Painful truth? Okay, let's hear the painful truth. Because I think people like Chud Logic sort of miss the point of the whole avatar thing, of the whole drawing thing. There's no painful truth. The painful truth is that you're an idiot. But let's hear it. Let's hear it. Let's hear the painful truth.
To contend with. Do you see what I mean?
I don't. Spell it out.
And I'm not trying to be. I'm genuinely not trying to be transphobic.
You could have fooled me. Spell out the painful truth.
I'm genuinely not trying to be, you know, like brutal or harsh about it. I'm just saying, lighten up a bit, and I think that's probably going to help matters a little bit.
Oh. So you don't have the guts to spell out the painful truth, quote unquote. There's a painful truth because what this is saying, your profile pic shows you as pretty. You in real life, you're hideous. Is that the painful truth behind this, Chud Logic? Is this what you're trying to convey? That trans people look hideous in real life? And that is the painful truth that trans people should lighten up about? Is that what's happening here?
Because every time someone posts something like this, all you see is people just going fucking insane on Twitter about it. And people look, and it just makes it worse. You know?
I don't. I genuinely don't.
Oh, hey, Ogre Boy, how's it going? You're not at risk of getting assaulted over your teeth. Oh, my God, dude. You're not at risk of getting assaulted over a fucking meme on the internet either, you fucking moron. Anyway, how are you able to talk with the Hassan's fucking nutsack so deep down your throat, you fucking idiot?
Damn.
Ogre Boy's got a Hassan tattoo.
Touched a nerve.
He is like the ultimate fucking cock gobbler. He's
touched a nerve.
Got a fucking Hassan Piker tattoo on him. How insane is that, man?
How sensitive are we, Chud Logic?
Lighten up a little bit, okay? That's all I'm saying.
Oh.
Just lighten up, just chill out. You know, and also Ricky Berwick is someone who is always willing to take some heat over the fact that he's like a little disabled fella, you know?
Cool.
He bloody loves it. He bloody loves a little bit of fun being poked at him.
Okay. Not everyone's the same. I
so
don't
anyway,
know what to say to this.
Hey, it's just, you know, like lighten up a little bit. It's like, yeah, you're having a bit of fun poked at you on Twitter. If it's that bothersome, like block it or something.
Wait, hold on. You didn't say there is a little bit fun. You said that there's a painful truth to it.
But I think the issue is there is this kind of like, you know, like they get so angry with it, but it's like there is. How do I say this? Well, it's probably best if I kind of put it across like this. I have to show you in this format, unfortunately.
Say it.
Reason being that sadly, well, I'll get to that in a sec.
Okay.
You just spent hours. I wasn't. Okay. I think I said quite literally, I don't care if there's 1,000 games like this that exist. Doesn't matter to me. It's not about the fact the game exists. It's the fact that the person that's made it gets fucking plucked and put into a juicy position purely on the basis of their identity, not competency. Okay?
Okay, that's wonderful.
I mean,
but how do I make money
What do you mean?
off depressed people?
What about trans people makes you believe they don't have the ability to cope with reality? Sounds heckin' transphobic. Yikes from me, sweaty, you sound obsessed.
I mean, what am I supposed to say on this? I'm like, what do you want me to say? I mean, I don't...
What are you? People always depict themselves prettier than they are. What do you mean?
don't know what to tell you, man. Like, what? It is what it is, you know? Is that harsh to say? Maybe. Is it a bit of a rude meme or harsh meme? Yeah, but it is what it is. Also, the other thing as well is, you know, I mean, I'm sure I don't need to show you all of the outrage about this, right? Okay? The outrage over this was totally insane. Like, everyone was losing their fucking mind over this.
I didn't even know that this happened, so I guess the outrage was not as huge as you think. Was it? I genuinely did not know about this. I'm learning about this from your video, Chad Logic. So maybe the gigantic outrage that you're trying to claim happened did not happen. Being a voice actor with a wide range of voices is not competency. Chad is so useless again. His only real job was selling gold coins on the internet that he can't even comprehend competence. True.
And then first of all, Ricky posted this, which is quite funny.
Ricky, why is your phone blowing up?
I posted a meme.
What kind of meme did you post?
Just a funny meme.
What meme, Ricky?
It's this.
Oh my god. You posted that?
What?
You didn't see the hair color, Rick.
I'm colorblind.
What did you do, Ricky?
I'm colorblind.
What did you do?
I can't see right.
Okay.
Oh dear.
I guess that's the third. I guess that's the type of humor that is right up Chad Logic, sadly.
So yeah, he was in a bit of hot water, unfortunately.
Damn.
Over posting that particular meme. Chad watching a video of himself. What, dude? You're just making shit up at this point. I just don't understand this kind of. I just don't know how else to say it. Like you've got to lighten up. I just don't. Black people, right?
Go on. I'm really curious where this is going. Black people what? Like, this is...
Went from getting seriously like murdered and hurt and shit like that to being racist. You know, the racist shit was happening to them, okay? And then they got weirdly sexualized in porn. And then like there were like offensive jokes. And then it moved on to more like fun jokes. And then now it's a bit better, isn't it? Do you see what I mean? It's like you've got to go through the process. And I think that trans people... Just tank the transphobia, pussy, is not a good advice, Chad. Okay, well then keep getting mad and keep having everyone fucking hate you then. It's fine, I don't care. Literally makes no difference to me whatsoever. If you don't want to take my advice, fine, I don't fucking care.
Wait, what did
no difference to me. Keep having everyone pussy is not a good advice, Chad. Okay. Just tank the transphobia through the process. Now it's a bit better, isn't it? weirdly sexualized in porn. The racist shit murdered and hurt.
Wait, hold on.
I just don't know how
I
else to
missed
say it.
it.
Like you've got to lighten up.
I
just
missed
don't.
it. Hold on.
Black people, right?
Okay.
Went from getting seriously like murdered and hurt and shit like that,
Okay.
to being racist. You know, the racist shit was happening to them. Okay.
Yeah.
And then they got weirdly sexualized in porn, and then like there were like offensive jokes, and then it moved on to more like fun jokes, and then now it's a bit better, isn't it? Do you see what I mean?
I don't see what you mean. You're shit at explaining things. I gotta say, you're shit at explaining things. I don't know what you mean by this at all. I have no idea what you're trying to say. Quite honestly. And yes, black people were not lightening up about the big lips racial depictions of black people, which you would probably say that there is a painful truth behind those depictions as well, knowing you. What point were you trying to make?
It's like you've got to go through the process, and I think that trans people.
What does that mean? The process. So there's actually a formal process now that people have to go through. There's a formalized process. You have to go through the process. You're an idiot, I swear. Wow, the process.
Just tank the transphobia, pussy, is not a good advice, Chud. Okay, well then keep getting mad and keep having everyone fucking hate you then. We're fine, I don't care. Literally makes no difference to me whatsoever.
I know, because you're an idiot. You're an empty idiot. Wow.
You don't want to take my advice? Fine, I don't fucking care. Go and do whatever you want to do then. Keep getting mad about shit that doesn't matter and fucking everyone hating you. Good luck. Good luck out there, okay? It's just a fact.
Who is the judge of what matters and what doesn't matter? Whatever.
That you've got to get a bit of fucking thicker skin. I don't think you can go through life constantly getting upset about dumb memes on the internet to the point where beloved disabled people, feel pressure.
Beloved disabled people is not a phrase that I expected to hear, but
to do something that then pisses everyone off. I don't know what to tell you. Is this really that crazy a take? I don't know. I'm just sick of it. I'm sick of you see a fucking dumb meme. Like, I get them being upset about someone that is more vicious and brutal with their language and stuff. Okay.
Okay.
Right. I totally get that. If someone is calling for extermination or actual bad shit, yeah, of course, that's something that's going to be more upsetting. But when it's just a dumb meme, and also bear in mind, I'm talking about a meme from this guy.
Okay.
Right? This fella.
Okay.
He's not a fucking virulent transphobe, is he? He just posted a dumb meme.
I don't know. I have no idea. How would you know that, Chud Logic? Like, what? Because he's disabled, he cannot be what?
And you're getting super upset with this guy.
What is happening?
If it was fucking, I don't know, Ben Shapiro or Matt Walsh or something that was doing this, I probably wouldn't even necessarily have this take because I know that their views are a lot more anti-trans, but this person isn't fucking anti-trans, obviously. They just posted a dumb meme. And they
obviously, of course, yeah, right. Obviously.
Even didn't exactly understand what it meant.
Excuse me? Wait. What is the implication here? That Ricky Berwick here is too stupid to understand the memes that he is posting? Is that really what we're going here with? That the person is just too disabled and stupid to understand what they're doing, and therefore it's fine. Wow, okay. They just posted a meme here and they don't even fully understand it. Oh,
Well, they probably did, but you know, but maybe they didn't. I mean, are they mentally disabled as well as physically disabled? I don't...
There we have it. There we have it. Oh boy. Damn. He is saying that. He is saying that he's just too disabled and stupid to understand the meme that he posted. He literally just said that. Okay, that's, I guess there's no, I don't have to guess anymore. Chad Logic. The cat's out of the bag. Thank you, Chad Logic, for confirming. Nice. Well done. Beautiful.
I don't know. So anyway, he ended up deleting the tweet, which I thought was kind of sad.
Wonderful.
So there we go. The post got deleted.
Amazing.
And then he posted this, which I thought was kind of cringe. Nobody liked that.
How did you not see the trans flag on the hair?
I honestly didn't know that.
Well, you should probably delete it.
Well, it's a little too late to delete it.
Why?
Also, the meme was literally just trans people are ugly. That was the whole joke. It wasn't just trans people are ugly. It was trans people present themselves as pretty, but actually they're hideous. That is the joke. It's not just ugly, it's hideous. Well. But then again, Chad Logic sees this person just as just too mentally incapable to understand what they're doing, so... What a ride, as always with Chad Logic.
Hi.
If I delete it, then I would have to apologize. And then people will say, oh, he's guilty, he's backpedaling. Bro, that's not going to be me.
Well, people think you're transphobic now.
I wasn't trying to be transphobic. You know this. I love everybody.
Yeah, except for bitches.
Okay, except for bitches.
Yeah, they belong on the street.
Yeah, bitches suck.
You should delete it.
Right, I'm not deleting it.
Take it from experience, Ricky. Delete it.
I'm not deleting it. It's only going to make things worse.
It's already worse.
No.
Do it.
No.
Do it.
No.
Delete it.
I'm not deleting it.
It's going to make things better.
It won't make everything better.
Do it, transphobe.
God damn it.
It's also awfully convenient that Berwick chose a picture of trans person to compare it to a monster that was already characterized as being a trans caricature.
There!
Now say you're sorry.
I'm not gonna say I'm sorry.
You gotta say you're sorry, Ricky.
I'm not gonna say I'm sorry!
Transphobe! 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 Transphobe!
I'm sorry, okay? I'm never posting images again.
Can we ban Twitter instead of TikTok?
I didn't realise he was both literally and figuratively spineless, to be honest. No, come on, look. At the end of the day...
I mean, you just seconds ago you were speculating on his intelligence. You were speculating if he is not mentally disabled and as well as physically, so...
Listen, okay? Listen.
I'm listening. Get to the point, please.
I just think, you know, Ricky is going to do this because...
That's a lie. You don't think. No, that's a lie. We all know you don't think, but continue, please, with your thing.
He was getting an insane amount of fucking shit for this, okay? And I use that word shit very carefully for a particular reason, all right?
Oh.
But it just, it makes you look crazy. Like, it's one thing to say, oh, the meme upset me or something, right? Like, I understand that it does speak to a painful truth for some people. So, of course, that's probably
to some people.
going to be upsetting for you. But claiming this guy is a transphobe for posting that is literally just the most insane shit to me. As if he's like some sort of...
Can you substantiate it? Can you substantiate this opinion with anything else than calling it crazy? Are you capable of that, Chad Logic? Make your case. I'm open-minded. I consider myself pretty open-minded. Make your case. Make your case why this does not make him transphobic.
of ideological transphobe guy who despises trans people. Like,
I don't know. I don't care. Somebody can do a transphobic action and not be transphobic. It doesn't matter. A transphobic action does not necessarily make someone a transphobe, but it will make me think. So that's that argument's out. So make your case in a different way, please.
clearly, he was just posting a dumb meme that he thought was funny.
Yeah. But that meme that he thought was funny was transphobic, even if he didn't mean it, even if he's not transphobic himself. The meme itself is transphobic. Those things are not exactly mutually exclusive. It's pretty simple, actually. So, you have failed to make your point, Chud Logic.
Right?
Okay.
But
you're not very good at making a case.
You should have kept it up. He should have kept it up as far as I'm concerned. It was a funny meme.
But then again, if you had anything, then you wouldn't need to be a drama streamer, would you? I remember when you cried and whined that before DK appeared in your life, you were a pathetic little small-time streamer that made $200 per month and couldn't make ends meet from streaming. And now you're a glorious drama whore. Amazing.
This doesn't affect gigapassoids. Yes, very true. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Strange how no one is disputing the accuracy of the meme. God, Ogre Boy, you are such a pathetic little wretch, aren't you? You're like a pathetic little fucking progressive soy wretch. You're honestly one of the most insufferable little freaks going. Literal.
Damn. Touched a nerve.
Pure Hassan cocksleeve, and that's all you're good for. You know? Going around in the chats just saying all your progressive retard shit constantly. It's fucking unbearable, honestly.
Oh no.
You know? Oh yeah, well, if you post something transphobic, you're gonna get told off, aren't you? You can stay as much as you want, okay? But just know that all you're good for. Okay, listen, I'm gonna get myself banned in a minute. Fucking hell, me and him have had, we've spoken before. Old Ogre Boy. I used to go by a different name, not trans or anything. I know it's surprising, not trans, but he used to go by a different name back in the day.
Wow, fascinating lore.
Anyway, look. You really are a chud. Yes, I'm a chud, guys. I'm such an evil, bad chud. Oh my goodness. Such a chud, guys. Such a terrible chud. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Booster Goldwater, for the sub. Anyway. So, do you know who weighed in on this particular topic?
Who?
You might have seen if you've looked at my Twitter,
I have
right?
no clue.
You may have seen. So this is the deleted tweet, and this is JMAA. Okay. JMAA weighed in. Can you believe JMAA got in the mix? Yes. I need to be careful scrolling down. Oh, there we go. Guys, this person literally ate their own shit, so wouldn't take anything they say too seriously. I wouldn't brag of beauty standards so much if I were you. Not to be ableist or anything, but you're probably projecting your body dysmorphia insecurities on people who are just fine, just so you can exploit people using you as a disposable joke because of your body condition. Hey, Esme, thank you for the £1 super chat. A pile of poop with a face, based. Thank you very much.
You're gonna say something?
This is the problem they're going to run into.
What is?
They ate their own shit on a video. I mean, just thinking about it makes me feel sick.
Oh no.
But yeah, they tried to get in on the fucking discourse as well. Do you know, we're going to watch a video in regards to JMAA, which I think could be funny.
I have no idea who that is.
I'm
and
not
I
sure
don't
100%,
care.
but we'll see, okay? Right? But listen.
Oh.
Looking at this person...
This was a mistake.
I totally and completely understand now why Kiwi, like, I mean, Kiwi Farms, I'm always quite, defendant of the idea it should exist, but why people like lolcows so much. It is so addictive to just bring up a page of someone, okay, and just scroll through and see what they've been up to. But looking at this yesterday...
it actually isn't. It's only addictive if you're an idiot and you have absolutely nothing else going on in your life. That is the biggest self-report of this video. It is only addictive. It is only addicting to do this if you just have simply nothing going on in your life. That is actually pretty sad.
And I did know about this before, but I'd forgotten about it.
Interesting how this chat guy, who sounds exactly like Jimmy Savile, isn't at all addressing the arguments made. He's just doing the literal ad hominem. By the way, he said he would assault his own. Oh, wow. Can you link it?
About it, right? This JMAA person, right? It's not just the shit eating. They've done other embarrassing things too. So, for example, one thing they've done before is they've done wank for rank, right? Which is where basically they were doing the L Fortnite dance whilst going from side to side and jerking off at the same time. In order to get like...
Amazing. That is so fascinating.
Discord roles, basically.
Wow.
Yeah, wank for rank.
Great.
Basically, this person is like a plaything for internet trolls to fuck with because they'll do whatever the fuck they want. Dude, I can't even show this on stream, dude. But basically, there was another thing that happened too, where they pissed someone off or something. They pissed off like a troll, and this troll decided to make their life a living hell. And what they would do is they would go to like random discords and they call themselves JMAA Army, and they would post like extremely racist, bigoted images, and it would be stuff like, let me find the thing to read. Here to reply that I've been highly involved in I'll read the post here. The username he knows me by is Kilroy, and I was the one who originally got him to do the naked Fortnite dance, aka the wank for rank. So then he used to raid people, okay? And then the kinds of things that he would raid with would be... I'll read it out to you, okay? So it was JMAA TV, ultra violence, and just a list. And it would be the T word, the N word, the P word for Indian people or Pakistani people, the G word for Asians, the W word for Mexicans, the H word for gays, and then streamers. And it said, I am JMAA, and I'm going to fucking redact you. Okay? And they would just post that in fucking Discords and make it seem, they call themselves JMAA Army, and they would make it seem like it's JMAA that sent them to do that.
Who is this JMAA person? I have no clue.
And then it would be get mad, get fat, and redact N-words at jmaa.tv with spinning Nazi symbols. I wish I could show you, man. Do you know what it is?
You wish.
I feel like I need to do a kick stream just to go over some of this lolcow stuff because it's so funny. But some of this stuff is quite literally, not suitable for human consumption.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. This is the end of the stream. I think it's more than fair for me to say that we have had enough. And well, that's it. That's it. That is it. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for, I don't know, for your participation. I guess I'll see you tomorrow or today. I'm supposedly going to be debating the ex-Yankee Tanky today. There's going to be a big debate today. How exciting is that? Love and solidarity, yes, indeed. There's going to be a big debate on Ukraine, on Taiwan, and on, I don't remember the third topic. Israel-Palestine, I think. So unless he forgot, we're going to be debating. Like mad chicken. So good night. Good night, good night. Love and solidarity. I pressed end stream.